Let's see. Oh, there we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle here. Welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you're watching this for the first time over on YouTube, please remember to hit that like button and also click the link in the description down below because it is always better when it's live. D-Rocker, you motherfucker. Why the hell are you so early? How you doing, brother? Jesus. I haven't streamed for 2 days and you're already waiting. Like, oh my fuck. Dude, my back is fucked, man. I raked my back. I was waiting while going over FFXIV raid notes. Ooh. Why do you have raid notes? D-Rocker. Like, what's the purpose of this? Rexitium, thank you all for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Lunari, how you doing? Ghost Stop, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I have to apologize, guys, for the lack of streams this week. On, I think it was Tuesday, I went to the gym and we were doing deadlifts and I went, shall we say, harder than what I should have gone. And when I woke up on Wednesday morning, it's either a muscle that is in my back, right? But something is pinching the fuck out of me. So I can't sit, I couldn't at least sit for more than half an hour without being like just starting to get really uncomfortable and really in pain. But then again, I could also not really lie down for too long before feeling the same way. So it's been fucked for the last 2 days. I did, however, do a bunch of other real life shit that needed taking care of. But we should be back now, hopefully. Escape Regis, how you doing? Omi, how you doing? Two-board, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I mean, it's not like something that I can feel better about. I don't know. Just have to probably keep going to the gym, just work that shit out, you know? Just get that shit out. The daunting thing, I don't know what it is. I don't think it's a disc, because it's to the side of where my spine would be. It's definitely a muscle of some kind. And I don't know if it was like, because I didn't feel anything at the gym. And even after the gym, I was perfectly fine. We still streamed Tuesday night. And everything was fine. It was literally when I woke up. So it may be that I sort of, maybe I lay in a sort of awkward position and couple that with the exercise just meant that one of the muscles went into a sort of like weird, I don't know, freak out fucking state or whatever the case might be, right? The Jackal, how you doing, bro? Nico Spider, how you doing? Yeah, definitely muscular pain is a hell of a lot easier to deal with. But no, I mean, it is what it is. Just have to deal with it. Just have to move the fuck on. It has given me the opportunity to, in a very broken manner, finally finish Red Dead Redemption 2. Which was not the best thing, because I can sit down for about half an hour, which is when I play. And then I have to get up and walk around for like 10, 20 minutes just to relax everything. And then I can sit down for a bit again and play. So yeah, I could probably have streamed as well if you guys would have been okay with me leaving every half an hour for 20 minutes, walking around. Then we could have streamed. It wouldn't have been the best stream in the world, but it would have been a stream. That could happen too. I recommend putting a pillow under your knees for a better sleeping posture. Dude, I've tried sleeping like that. There is no fucking way. Like, I don't know how people sleep like that, but it is not comfortable. No, we will be watching all of the cinematics. There's WoW cinematics to watch. There's the Final Fantasy 16 or the Final Fantasy 16 cinematic that needs to be watched. We've got a lot of things to cover today. We have to talk about the Diablo Immortal fiasco, because you bet your fucking ass I have some opinions on that. There's a lot that we have to go through. Yoshi P is fucking killing it. Dude, we haven't seen the game yet. Don't get too excited. We haven't seen the game yet, right? So I would what am I talking about? Yoshi P. The game's gonna be great, right? I wanted to hate it, but I'm enjoying Immortal so far. Just thought, we'll discuss this. We'll discuss this. We'll definitely. There's a lot that I want to say about it, because if there's ever been a time where people wanted to give Blizzard the benefit of the doubt, and where people really wanted to believe that there is still a sense of the old Blizzard left, I think that's dead now. No, I have not seen the trailer yet, guys. We're going to be watching the trailer. Don't worry about it. So we're going to watch the trailer. We're going to watch the cinematic for 925, because apparently there's a really cool cinematic there as well. We're obviously going to be talking about Diablo Immortal, and then we'll finish the Omega Raid. We have one wing left for the Omega Raid. WoW drama with the cross-faction stuff too. Really? Link. It's already confirmed, not turn-based, and Mythic Plus rating, which has never happened before in FF. What do you mean M Plus rating? Diablo Immortal isn't a half-bad game on its own, but holy shit, Blizzard's dead. Yeah, we'll discuss that. That and more. Let's just wait for everyone to filter in. As soon as everyone's here, we can get into the shenanigans that is a Friday. All right, mature. Wait, so Final Fantasy 16 is rated mature? That's good. I like mature rated games. I do like mature rated games. Food Republic, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the whatever the fuck that chicken is doing. How you doing, bro? Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you, Cranky. The new Top Gun Maverick is an incredible cinematic experience. Just saw it last night. I have not watched it. I will tell you, though. So yesterday, whilst lying in bed, I watched The Judge. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie. The Judge, Robert Downing Jr., and whoever the fuck else plays in the movie. Such a good fucking film, dude. Such a good film. If you haven't seen it yet, it's like a courtroom drama, but really well done. Like, some of the best acting I've ever seen in my life. It is just absolutely incredible. No, not Judge Dredd. The Judge. It's a drama, but it is really fucking good. No, we haven't checked out any trailers yet, guys. You know the rules. All of you know the rules. Whenever we start, we usually spend like the first half an hour or so just sort of hanging out, drinking coffee, saying hello to everyone, getting a feel for everything before we get going. Because if I jump straight into content, we're going to be finished with everything, and then someone is going to come in and say, oh, have you talked about this yet? It's like, no, I've already done that. We've covered it. It's like, oh, can you quickly give me, like, TLDR? It's like, no, I can't give you a fucking TLDR. What are you talking about, TLDR? I can't wait to see your reaction to all the new cinematics trailers. It's been a good week of those. Yeah, and this would be the week that I throw my fucking back out. It's great. I think you'd like the Horizon VR game that was made, new characters and such. I don't play VR. Oh, well, that's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. Blue Fairy, how you doing? The amount of microtransactions in Diablo, even for whales, when even it's too much for whales, you messed up. Do we know if it's too much for whales, though? TLDR about the start of your stream content. TK Angels, yes, of course. So I said hello to everyone. Some people came in and asked if I've already seen cinematics that I have not seen yet. I then answered them, telling them that I have not seen it. Some other people came in to say hello. I said hello back. And then I took a couple of sips of my coffee. I can't exactly remember how many, so don't quote me on it. But let's say 5. And now I'm recapping the start of the stream for you in a TLDR version. So there you go. Alaborius, how you doing? So, Becca, have you seen... Oh, my... For the love of fuck. I have not seen the cinematics. Fuck this. I know what I'll do. Oh, fuck off, bro. There we go. There we go. Now everyone knows, right? I don't have to answer jack shit. As soon as you turn the fucking stream on, there it is. I have not seen the cinematics yet. We will be watching the fucking cinematics. It's almost as if it's in the title. But never mind that. Also, did the Crown Echo emote get removed? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Can you get a TLDR? So I started the stream and now we're chatting. As the stream yesterday showed me how bad Diablo was. Fuck you, King Julian. Never fucking apologize, you asshole. Have we not had this discussion before? I don't want apologies in the stream. I want you to do better, chat. No apologies, no fucking sorry, just do better. And if you're not doing better, then fuck it. Or me. I'm gonna punch you in the dick, bro. I'm gonna, like, fucking hell. Fuck all, I'm playing it. Hey, you can play as much as you want. I'm not judging anyone for playing it. I think there is an audience for Diablo Immortal for whom the cash up isn't gonna matter at all. Queen, how you doing? You have to do better, yeah. Everyone has to do just a little bit better. Diablo Immortal is so disappointing. I obviously will not be playing it for again, obvious fucking reasons. I don't think I need to explain that, but for those of you that do need an explanation, so let me try this. Why will I not be playing Diablo Immortal? Why have I not pre-registered to play Diablo Immortal? Why have I not downloaded Diablo Immortal? And why have I not kept up with when Diablo Immortal will go live? These are all very interesting and deep, deep questions that could probably in a different world be analyzed philosophically, psychologically, criminologically, if you really wanted to. The long and the short answer is it's a fucking mobile game, and I hate mobile games. And if anyone fucking tells me, oh, but it's on PC, yeah, it's been ported to PC. That means jack shit to me. That doesn't change the fact that the game was designed to be mobile, and it also happens to have the monetization options of it being mobile. So, yeah, fuck that game. I don't play mobile games. I boycott mobile games actively. I believe that mobile games are a scourge, and I mean scourge, on the video game industry. And if mobile games were to die tomorrow, I would celebrate. All of that said, I don't think mobile games will die tomorrow. I think there's a world in which consoles are dying, and I think consoles will eventually die entirely. And my reasons for believing that console is on the verge of death is everything a console can do, a mobile can do as well. Currently not better, but it can do it. It can play almost all games that is on console can be played on a mobile. As mobile devices, so not necessarily just mobile phone games, but mobile devices such as the Switch or the Steam Deck become better, I believe that they're going to replace what we think of today as consoles insofar as the Xbox or the PlayStation. I think PlayStation and Xbox both know this. If you look at Xbox, where is all of their focus? It's on the Game Pass. why is there focus on the Game Pass? Because they know that the console model isn't really long-term. Mobile phones are getting better, mobile devices are getting better, and as a result of that, eventually people will just entirely stop buying consoles. Because you don't really need them, right? If you own a Steam Deck, you plug that baby into a monitor, and you basically have a fucking PC. Sebi Webs, how you doing, brother? But consoles can play games at a choppy 30 FPS? Touche. I did not think of that. But if you own a Steam Deck, right, you plug it into a main monitor and bam, there you go. You basically have a PC that you're playing on. You connect any one of your sort of controllers to it and bam, there you go. You've got a console that you can play games on. The Steam Deck, I believe, Linux Tech Tips actually managed to unlock the Steam Deck to like 1440p at 60 frames per second, which is pretty fucking good. Considering the size of that bad boy. So, you know, there's a world in which consoles are on the verge of death. The issue is that it comes at the expense of mobile games being even bigger than you know, it already is. And mobile games is already pretty fucking big, right? I believe the mobile gaming industry as things stand is... when you put PC and console together, the mobile gaming industry is double or triple that of the PC and console gaming industry put together. So mobile kills in the gaming space, which is why Xbox, obviously, or why Blizzard is pushing so hard to get deeper and deeper into the mobile space, because that is where the money lies. Should I take a 100k loan and put all of that into Diablo Immortal? I think you should, yeah. I think you should. Anna Mephi, how you doing? So I watched the video from Balila. We're going to discuss that. But I have watched Balila's video on it. It is disgusting, to say the very least. It's one of the reasons I hate the mobile industry as much as I do, because mobile games have sort of cultivated within their community the sense that pay to win, or as many people like to call it these days, pay for convenience mechanics is expected. It's not only tolerated, it's almost expected. Most people prefer it that way. And what I hate is that I've turned into the fucking boomer of the video game industry. As soon as I start talking and railing against microtransactions, there's some snotty 16-year-old kid going, yeah, okay, boomer. Like, where's my credit card or Apple Pay so I can buy the next fucking upgrade? And it's like, dude, that's not how this should be. Like, this is not how... You know what? I remember going to a video game store, buying a video game that came in 6 discs, installing the video game, and then never, ever, ever having to connect to the internet, download patches, or get any sort of DLC. Like, at all. That was the game. That's it. Right? Bradley, thank you for the 2 months up, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate it. I remember those days. Sure, I was very young during those days, but I do remember them. And I remember them fucking fondly. You know, if a game had a bug, that was your problem. That was your problem. There was no patch that was going to fix the bug. It was the bug, and it was there, and it sort of added character to an otherwise brilliant fucking video game. No cash shops, no connection to the internet required. Just play your game. Nowadays, it's like, before you can even install the game, you have to provide your credit card information because they need to know where to charge you. And most people are just like, yeah, sure, no problem. Got one shot to get the game working, so there was standards. So Raji pretty much was great when the expansions came on more disc than your original game. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let me be clear. I prefer the new era of just downloading a game and we're done. right? I prefer the new era. It's much easier to just own all the games on my hard drive. I don't have to have like boxes and boxes full of fucking video games, right? But it doesn't change the fact that almost every single game now comes with a store, and in the case of Diablo Immortal, comes with a store that makes all other stores look okay. I tweeted this out yesterday, actually, where I tweeted out, Diablo Immortal is Blizzard warning us as players. They're basically telling us as players, if you guys don't shut the fuck up about our cash stores in other games, we can go worse. Like, we can fucking take this to the next level. So start shutting the fuck up. Let us put our mounts in the stores, because you ain't seen nothing yet. I hate it. I hate it with all my heart, because game standards are dropping. Games are getting worse, right? But they're being monetized more. It's like, dude, what the fuck is this thinking? And the truth is, all of us are to blame for this, because we keep gobbling it up. You know, we keep going, well, it's just $2. Well, it's just $5. Well, it's just $10, you know. We keep gobbling it up. There's actual people that is defending, of course. Oh my god, you guys should see one of the most epic replies I have ever received on Twitter, ever, period, ever. I should show you. I had to retweet this because it was that good. I had to retweet it. Here we go. So, Zenas SBG had the following to say. So, Mr. GM wrote, the gameplay is good, but the monetization is disgusting. So, Zenas comes back and says, hi, one question. How do you earn your money? Are you earning money with streaming? Sorry, my bad English isn't my mother tongue. Do I understand it correctly? You earn money by streaming content that other companies have produced with a lot of effort. Question mark. I'm not sure if that is a question, but anyways. But it's not okay that these companies also won't have to make money. You, on the other hand, earn money from this content streaming. So, I obviously had to retweet it and just go, translation, I don't have a clue what the fuck I'm talking about. Because, okay, so let's start breaking this down so that everyone understands. Do you think streamers make their money off of video games because of the amount of effort that the developers put into making the video game? Do you believe that that's why streamers make as much money as they make? Think this is the point where people have had enough? Garion, I don't believe it. No, I don't think so. Adelia, how you doing? Because I can tell you right now that that's not why streamers make money. Streamers make money because of their personalities. Because there are people out there in the world somewhere that enjoys how they act. They enjoy their content. They enjoy the personality that they bring to it. Go onto Twitch right now and tell me how many millions of streamers there are that have 1 or 2 viewers. They're just playing video games. It's what they do. Every day, they play video games. That's it. They have 1 or 2 viewers, and they will probably, for the rest of their lives, be at 1 or 2 viewers. Because as it turns out, most viewers don't just want to watch someone else play a video game. The only people they will ever watch just play a video game are people like Shroud or Dr. Disrespect. Someone who has, well, Dr. Respect actually also being watched for his personality. But with someone like Shroud or Summit1G, for example, you are watching because they are incredibly good at what the fuck they do, right? They're better than most, and that's why you're watching them. For almost everyone else, you watch because of who they are. You enjoy what they talk about, you enjoy their sense of humor, you find it funny, In my case, a lot of people love coming here because they want to hear me rant about bullshit, because apparently that's cool. But ultimately, you watch a streamer for their personality. So really, all the hard work that the developers have put into making the video game really doesn't fucking matter. Really doesn't matter. We can compare this. If I do a just chatting stream, 2 hours, 2.5 hours into the stream, I'll be at 120, 140 viewers on average, sometimes less, sometimes more. But on average, about 120 to 140 viewers, right? Just chatting. When I'm playing Final Fantasy, which is arguably an incredible game, we'll go up to 170, 180, 190. What happens as soon as I'm done playing Final Fantasy? They leave. So I have about 40 viewers that I gain thanks to Final Fantasy that's there just because they want to see my reaction to Final Fantasy. But the majority of my stream is there whether I play Final Fantasy or not. Like, whether I'm sitting here and talking about decks all day, or whether I'm playing Final Fantasy, it doesn't seem to make much of a fucking difference. So clearly, the game isn't the main focus for most streamers. So Mr. Zenas here, outside of the fact that it is just a ridiculous fucking argument to begin with, doesn't even actually understand the whole thing about streaming. Mother tongue, this is not my mother's tongue, okay? Proud watcher of Akko's content, pre-14. Mika, you know it. True, I love your content and definitely your rants. Hey, I'm happy to have all of you here. Like, literally every single one of you fuckers. Sandman, you bastard. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate that. 12 months in a row. Thank you. Far too kind, bro. Far too fucking kind. But yeah, so this is the kind of thing that makes me cry as a content creator, and probably also as a boomer of the fucking video game industry, is people like Zenas. If you want to know why video games are as fucked up as they are, email Zenas. He will be able to explain it to you by virtue of defending literally everything and anything that these companies do. What I find interesting about these people that continuously defend Blizzard for literally everything that they do. So Blizzard can do no wrong. What I find very interesting about these people, more often than not, I will go to their Twitter handles and they'll be like, socialist forever, bro. Bring on the communist revolution. And then it's like, as soon as Blizzard does something, it's all hail the corporations. And it's like, wait, isn't your entire ideology kind of around fuck corporations? But now Blizzard can do no wrong? I'm not sure I follow. Why are you defending the fucking company when you're a socialist or a communist? Like, aren't these people your enemy by nature? Like, aren't we supposed to be on the same side in this argument? Like, I hate them as much as you hate them for different reasons, but we hate them all the same. So, you know, we should be teaming up here, but you're not. You're defending them. I'm confused. Like, what is going on? Are you just a communist and a socialist when it suits you? So, oh yeah, I'm a communist and a socialist to all the companies I fucking hate. But you do realize that's not how it works. When the communist revolution finally happens, that's not how it works. Like, the commies aren't going to go, okay, all of these companies, fuck them, but Blizzard, you can keep making money. Bobby Kotick, you're a good boy. You can keep your capital. Like, we won't touch that. It's like, dude, come on. Either have some principles or fucking shut up. But it's people like Zenas. If you want to know why the video game industry is as fucked as it is, email him. He will be able to explain. I really have to stop myself from getting fucking angry there. Most people say they're socialist because they want free shit. Dude, I legit saw the other day someone saying, when the communist revolution finally happens, I'm going to be on my farm, farming and knitting all day. And I was like, dude, there's so many contradictions in that statement. On your farm during the communist, your farm during the communist revolution. All right, All right then. I'm not entirely sure if you know what the fuck communism is, but it's not yours when it's communism. It's the states. They own the farm. You just work the farm based on how much they need you to work it. So there will be no knitting unless, of course, your job is in a factory where you knit. But, anyways, you will own nothing and you'll be happy about it. Year. Bring on the revolution. I'm ready. Someone should make a communist VR game and let those people experience their wish for a day. It's the same thing always with communists. It doesn't matter what has happened. It doesn't matter what the history is. They just always go, no, that's not real communism. Like, you haven't seen real communism yet. That's sort of a different communism. That's not the one we're going to be talking about now. So there's no way to convince people like that. From Romania, during communism, you owned your house, but not the land it was on. That is, if you had it before. Shit. Queen, yeah. That's a weird way of still going, you basically don't really own it, right? Am I too selfish for communism? No. I mean, there's a lot of reasons not to want it. We've never tried that thing that's been tried heaps. Exactly, but it's not the way in which you should try it, Sibby. That's the thing. We've been doing it wrong this whole time. They'll get it right. Like, this time they're gonna get it right. Just wait. Just wait, guys. Guys, stop judging the communists. I will not have this kind of bigotry and short-sighted fucking right-wing bullshit in my stream. The communists have a plan, ladies and gentlemen. They have a plan. We know that what Stalin and Lenin tried to do in Russia was not the plan. That's not the right kind of socialism and communism. They've got a new socialism. It's a brand new one. It's different to any that's been tried ever before. Venezuela is also the wrong one. They don't even look at Cuba, wrong one. China, wrong one. They've got a new one. You won't know it yet because it's not been implemented yet. But as soon as it's implemented, you'll find out. So I don't want any of this fucking right-wing bullshit in my chat. Shut the fuck up and let the communists show us the way to paradise. It's all I want to hear from you. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go to fucking paradise. Did you hear Johnny won? I have, yes. I tweeted about it as well. It's a great victory, I feel. Next one is always the right one. Indeed, sir. Indeed. That was no way. You have 600 and... I don't have 786 subs. Do not trust that number. It is a lie. I'll tell you how many subs I had last month. I'll tell you exactly how many subs I had last month. So in May, I had a grand total of 460 subs. Yes. 460 subs. That's how many subs I had in May. I don't know what the fuck that number is. Like, whatever that number is, I don't know what it is. Because I did reset it last month, and it just sort of went, fuck it. We'll add up the numbers, because it's not even sub points. Even if I go to sub points, we have 467 sub points. So that number sort of, it's doing its own thing. It's doing its own, no, that's all subs. It's 460 in total. So that includes all the gifted subs, of which there were 240 gifted subs. So you guys fucking rock. All you gifted motherfuckers, I love you. In terms of total subscribers, like, across the board, we have 162 tier 1 subs and 7 tier 2 subs and 0 tier 3 subs, because who the fuck would sub a tier 3? And I can't actually tell you how many prime subs. It doesn't actually tell me how many prime subs. But yeah, that's sort of, for those of you that were interested in knowing how poor I am, there you go. I don't hide shit. I don't give a fuck. The only thing I'm not allowed to disclose is how much money Twitch paid me. But that's because their rules say I'm not allowed to disclose that. But yeah, I have no issue telling people, like, giving you a decent idea of how much money I made. Don't do it. US way, though, that got all kinds of fucked up. There you go, sir. Have another. Shamanito, hey, I'll take all the money you guys have. You have no fucking idea. Unknown Mephi, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Can we get some hearts in chat? Let's go. Hearts. Come on. Another for the counter. I really appreciate that, guys. You guys are far too fucking kind. All right, so what shall we start with? Have you guys decided what you want to start with today? Yeah, give me all the money. Like, you know, like, what's really cool, I heard, is if you pay streamers all your money, even like your mortgage money, you just give to the streamer. The bank says they understand. Shamanita, thanks for the 2 months up. Really appreciate it. 9 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, we will be watching the cinematics. So you guys want to start with the Final Fantasy 16 cinematic? TK Angels, you fucking bastard, with 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Can we get some hearts in chat? Hearts in chat. TK Angels already starting to give away their fortune. Their life's savings already coming to me. I really appreciate it. No, there was one, but yes. Okay, so Final Fantasy 16. Why not? I have not seen this before, so... Which one am I watching? The one that from 14 hours ago. State of Play. Is that the one? This one. The top one. Yeah, from State of Play. All right. All right. I'm ready. Give it to me. In a world ruled by tyranny and turmoil, there are those who would fight to take back control of their fate. Already a little hooked?
What are the dominants? The power we wield. It wears away at our very being. It breaks us. It unmakes us. That its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The icon.
Wait, so in every single game, the gods are sort of called icons? Is that in every Final Fantasy game? This is the Heavensward writer. No. So they're either called summons, icons, or espers. Ah, okay. Okay.
There's going to be another war, isn't there?
The music is fucking epic, by the way.
Brings us closer to disaster. We must move now.
Oh, shit.
The chaos he would wreak would sweep all of Valisthea into the abyss.
Oh, dude, the combat looks insane.
I unite the dominants, that we may bring an end to the strife, and found a new order to see us unto tomorrow. If I take the field, our duel will shake the island to its foundations.
Okay, this looks epic as fuck, bro. Wait, that looked a little bit like Louis Soir. Like, for a moment, just look at the eyes. Little bit like Louis Soir. Not that one. There. Like, that looked a little bit like for a second, for a moment, I thought, wait, that's like Louis Soir eyes. And that looks a little bit like Minfilia. Dude, this is fucking epic.
There will be losses, it is true. Yet for every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on.
Wow, what a fucked up king. Dude, if Final Fantasy XIV is sort of like a love letter to almost all Final Fantasies that came before it, then based on all these gods that they've just highlighted there, isn't 16 like a love letter to 14, but then also a love letter to all of the others? Garuda, Ramu, Shiva, Odin, Bahamut, Ifrit. I'm fucking ready, bro. Oh my god. When exactly is this launching? Let's have Ifrit, Shiva, and Bahamut, and often Ramu.
But each has its name. FF6 and FF12 is Espers,
Uh-huh.
FF8 is Guardian Forces, FF9 and FF13 is Eidolons, FF10 is Eons, FF14 and FF16 are Econs, with 14 also naming them Primals.
Ah, okay. So basically going back and forth. I don't know if it will be on PC. If this holds the same sort of, I guess, model that almost all other Final Fantasy games have, then probably PlayStation first, and then like a year later PC. Although it does appear as if PlayStation more and more often now is releasing their games on the PC as well. I'm trying to... Literally just yesterday, I heard of another PlayStation game that's coming to PC. The video's not over.
Awaken, child of fate.
Oh.
Awaken, Ifrit.
Oh shit, the Warriors of Darkness is back. The Warriors of Darkness is back. Spider-Man, that's the one. Adam, thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Spider-Man is also now coming to PC. So I think PlayStation have finally figured out, look, it might be worth getting our games on PC. I just fucking wish that they would stop doing the whole exclusive bullshit. You know, just release the game on PlayStation and PC. I don't think you're splitting your audience much in that regard. But anyways, you know, it is what it is. You can know more about the lore in the official website. Someone linked a video on Discord, apparently about the developers.
Put the video in 037 and look to the sky.
037. What do you mean? I mean, at 037, it's literally just the Square Enix fucking... Yeah, I don't think that works. Oh, this is the staff. So we have producer Yoshi P. Main director is Takai, working on Final Fantasy V, Saga Frontier, The Lost Remnant. Creative director, Final Fantasy XIV Online, Final Fantasy XII, and The Lost Remnant. Localization director, Koji, is actually a part of it. Okay. Who's the writer? They just have creative director. Do they not have lead writers? Fuck. That sucks a little.
On 038, then, full screen, look to the sky, right next to the moon.
It's a little bit sucky, though. I'm a little bit annoyed at the fact that the writer isn't on here. But anyways, you know, fuck it. Someone said that it's the Heavensward writer. So Steve the Newser will not be the writer of Final Fantasy 16. I don't think Yoshi P would ever hire Steve the Newser. It's not about the games, but about the consoles. If the consoles didn't have exclusive titles, people wouldn't buy them. They'd only buy PC because they could play everything on it. Drake Fury, the truth about it, though, is that all the money that both PlayStation and Xbox make, they almost always make off of their games, not really off of their consoles. In fact, most consoles sell at a loss for the first year to 2 years of release. It then starts making a little money, but during rush, consoles aren't really making any money. The money that they make is off of the games. So if they, whether the game launches on PC or whether the game launches on the console, they're still making their money. In fact, if they launch on all consoles, including PC, they'll make even more money, right? Because more people will be buying those games. So the fact is that consoles make no money. You can literally go into the economics of it. They sell those consoles at a loss. It's all about the games. And Microsoft, by the way, have figured that out. Why do you think Microsoft spends so much money on the Xbox Game Pass? Because they figured out the secret is the games, not the consoles. Couldn't give two fucks about the consoles. You want those games. Of course, people would buy consoles. PC gaming will always be more expensive. But if they didn't have those exclusive games, you wouldn't need to buy the console. This is also true. Like I said at the start, I think that consoles will eventually die. I don't think we'll see many more iterations of consoles. I think, especially now with PlayStation sort of kind of following Microsoft, the Xbox Game Pass, kind of bringing their own flavor of that. I think in the very near future, let's say within the next decade or so, either Xbox and PlayStation will come up with their own handheld devices. So something like the Switch or something like the Steam Deck. But I don't think consoles as they exist today is still going to exist for a long time. Free games every month. Well, Adelia, that's not really PlayStation Pass, right? It's not the same as the Xbox Game Pass, but it's, yeah, you do get free games. Well, the fuck PlayStation don't sell PCs. Evans, because you can't just sell a PC, right? It's a different thing. PS5 is literally the biggest sell in console history. Is there actually people that have a PlayStation 5? I'm pretty sure Sony is looking at the whole streaming shit with their PS Now shtick. They would rather not make new hardware and just sell a sub, I'm sure. Yes, they sell them at a loss, but it's all about getting you into that ecosystem and keeping you in it. True. Very fucking true. PC Master Race here. My sister's BF has a PS5. I have a PlayStation 4, which I use as a glorified sort of TV box. My TV is smart, but I would feel like I wasted money on the PlayStation if I don't use that for the internet. Even though I don't need it for the internet because my TV can go on the internet. You know, but I bought the fucking PlayStation, so I may as well use it to watch YouTube videos. So yeah, kind of fucking blows ass, but you know, it is what it is. PS5s, but it's not something anyone or can just go to the store and buy. It's still super unavailable. To be fair, though, I think things are going to get even worse in terms of availability soon. TM. The Xbox One in my living room hasn't played a game in about 2 years, but I use it daily. I think that's what most people do right now. Is just, you know, your console basically turns into a very, very fucking expensive, like, Chromecast kind of thing, right? Where you're basically just watching YouTube and Netflix and shit on the console. Also a decent Blu-ray player. You used to just be able to go to a store and buy PS4. It's absolutely not the same case with PS5. Even some people have still gotten theirs. So I know of a guy who only got his PlayStation 5 now after pre-ordering it. This guy pre-ordered the PlayStation 5 and he got his like last month, I think. Of the future. Like, look, I don't think there can be any doubt. I discussed this shortly at the beginning of the stream. With how advanced mobile phones have become, and specifically with how advanced handheld consoles have become. So if you look at the Steam Deck, if you look at the Switch, these games almost have no limitations to the kind of games that they can play at incredibly high frame rates. Like, I think the Steam Deck goes up to 120 frame rates, and Linus Tech Tips actually managed to do 1440p at 60 FPS for Doom Eternal, right? So these things are turning into mini PCs. Now, why would you buy a console when you can buy a mini PC like the Steam Deck, like the Switch? Why would you want a console? Because if you want to play on your PC, you literally just plug it into the fucking PC, and or you just plug it into a screen, connect it to a controller, and bam, you're on the console, right? You're on the console. You're basically playing a console game there. Just now you have access to a whole wealth of more games. So I genuinely believe that the future PlayStation, I know PlayStation had a handheld device, the PSP, which at the time sort of didn't really go anywhere. But I do think within the next few years, Microsoft and PlayStation is going to come out with their own handheld devices, and eventually consoles will just die off, since there won't be any real need for them anymore. Here's the fun part. FF16 is console exclusive to PS5 for 1 year. Fucking cons, bro. Like, Jesus. Why? Why do you do this? This is the weirdest thing, though. Like, why would they even do that? Because by the time FF16 launches, most people will still not have a fucking PlayStation, right? Like, most people will still not have the PlayStation 5.
Are entertainment systems that can play games nowadays. Now, regarding the trailer, on 038, put on full screen and look next to the moon. You'll find this interesting.
But wait, at 138. Okay, I'm looking at the moon. There's a red star next to the moon. What am I supposed to see? Other than the moon and the little red dot. I'm at 038, bro. Like, how many more 038s do you want me to go to? Let me show you. Okay, so here we go. 038, the moon, red dot next to the moon. You think the red dot is Dalamud 1.0? Huh. So you imagine there's going to be a Dalamud coming soon. Maybe in the expansion, they have Dalamud show up and destroy Final Fantasy 16 and turn Final Fantasy 16 2.0 into the next MMO in the Final Fantasy genre, right? Do you think this is the big brain plan that Yoshi P and his team have? This is why they decided to start working on FF16. Because they're going to replace FF14 with FF16, but they need Dalamud to destroy FF16 single player so that they can turn FF16 MMO into a thing, right? Look at Omega. I probably can't make it. I'm molding. Why are you molding? Lilith, how you doing? The FF14 and 16 crossover. Exactly. Exactly. They did say that they have a decade more content for Final Fantasy 14. Maybe the decade more content for FF14 is actually FF16. Like, you gotta think about these things. There's a possibility, however slight, there is a possibility. It reminds me of Dumb and Dumber, where he goes, so what do you think the chances are of a girl like me and a boy like you getting together? And she's like, 1 in a million? And he's like, so you're telling me there's a chance? So that's pretty much how you have to think about these things. See, if you do this kind of speculation, you can never really be wrong. Because it is just speculation. But if you're right, you called the future. As our crossover, we're going to destroy your world by crashing a moon into it. Exactly. Usually keep subverting my expectations. I'm not surprised anymore. Dude, I'm going to be surprised because it will be the second ever Final Fantasy game that I play. And also, it will be my first ever experience with a Final Fantasy offline game. And also, it will be my first ever experience with a JRPG. Because I do think the FF single player games do go through as JRPGs, right? Like, people do classify them as JRPGs. They don't really look at them as sort of this weird mashup between Western RPGs and Japanese RPGs, right? So it will be... Final Fantasy 16 will be my first experience with a JRPG. The action at 15. Yeah, but can JRPGs not also be action, though? Not an RPG. You've been assimilated. OG called it. How long ago? They're mostly great games. Wait, Two-Board, what do you mean people are complaining that this is not an RPG? So, according to them, what makes an RPG? Narrative games where you can only witness the predefined storyline is basically JRPG. Alright, Blueberry, see you in a bit. Kingdom Hearts was awesome. Yeah, I've not played any of those games, so I don't know what you guys are talking about. Are all JRPGs turn-based, though? I'm pretty sure I've seen JRPGs that isn't turn-based. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that near, however the fuck, Automata game also a JRPG? The graphics looks like very Asian to me. So isn't that also like a JRPG game? And that is sure as fuck from what I've seen, not turn-based. Different styles. Now it's pointless to try and reduce it, boil it down to a single definition. Tales of series are not turn-based. Yes and no. Some people are saying yes, some people are saying no. It's very fucking strange. No, the usual requirement is just linearity of the story part. The rest is whatever. For me, anything that has D&D element equals RPG. The truth is that RPG just means role-playing game. So the only thing you really require for an RPG is the ability to role-play in it. So if it allows you to play as a specific character through the world and the actions of the character make sense for the world, whether or not you get to decide those actions or whether or not those actions are predefined, that makes it in and of itself an RPG experience, right? It is an RPG game.
They're mobbing because it is not turn-based. Even though FFXI, 12, 13, 14, 15 and Vire are not turn-based. Not even Kingdom Hearts. It started with turn-based due to system limitations, and stuck at due to tradition. Now they are evolving.
To be fair though, I like the fact that they've evolved. Maybe I should actually give Final Fantasy 15 a go. Because fuck me, I tried once in my life to play Final Fantasy, and I think it was Final Fantasy 10 or 9. No, maybe in 12. So in which Final Fantasy game is your first, like, 5 to 10 minutes, you meet this guy that plays football, but it's not football. It's a weird fucking game that they kick things in the game. Is that 10? I fucking hated that. The second the combat started, I was like, yeah, fuck this game, dude. I'm out. Like, this is bullshit. That you have your character standing here, and then you have all these enemies spawning. Then you choose the enemy that you want to hit. You tell your guy to hit with the one ability that they have. They hit, then the other one hit, then the enemy hit, then they hit, you hit, they hit, then... It was so fucking boring. I was just like, yeah, screw this game, bro. Can't play this. So I would actually be a fan of more action combat shit. So the remake is pretty good. I heard the remake is also action combat, or could be action combat, I think. 10's combat, it's okay to be wrong. You think I'm wrong for not liking FF10's combat? Active turn-based, maybe? Active turn-based I can probably handle a bit better, Because it's not like I'm completely against turn-based video games. I mean, some of my favorite games, Divinity Original Sin, completely turn-based combat. Wastelanders 3, completely turn-based combat, and I really fucking love it. The only, like, for some reason, the FF14 combat, or FF10 combat, just really did not fucking work for me. I really got put off by it. Plus, I have to admit, the graphics wasn't the best. Like, the graphics also probably not great. Super Cider, how you doing, brother? I grew up playing games like Chrono Trigger and such, JRPG. See, this is so weird. I don't know where the fuck most of you guys grew up. Like, I'm assuming this is probably just a first world thing. Because as a South African, dude, I grew up with Western MMOs or RPGs. Like, the RPGs that I grew up with were things like Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale, Diablo 1, Neverwinter Nights. These were the RPGs that I grew up with. Final Fantasy, I literally learned that Final Fantasy was a thing when I moved to the UK for 2 years. That's where I, for the first time, learned that Final Fantasy actually exists, and that was back in 2006. Yeah, 2004? I finished matric. I finished school in 2003. I then spent 2004 and 2005 in England. That's also where I started playing WoW. Yeah, I'm not, like... That's where I first learned. So 2004. I don't know when the first fucking Final Fantasy came out, but that's when I learned about it. Being a thing, even existing.
Had a lot of modding on consoles and piracy, so a lot of region-locked games found home here.
1984 was the first. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't even know they were making games back then. Although I'm lying. The first game I ever played was Prince of Persia on a floppy disk. Or what would become Prince of Persia. But at the time it was on a floppy disk. But I mean, I was young, so I didn't actually understand how things are supposed to work. I was really small when I played that. I think it was like 6, maybe 7 years old. So this was 1992, I think, was when I first played the Prince of Persia game on floppy disk. 1992, or maybe 1993. Dude, I don't remember much from back then. Imagine going back and playing FF1 now. Aren't there people who do shit like that, though? I'm assuming there's people that do exactly that. Like, go back and play these really stupidly old games just to experience it again. I can't do that. Like, I tried to go back and play Baldur's Gate, and I fucking hate it. The gameplay is so dated. So dated. I have to admit, we have been spoiled when it comes to gameplay and how the industry have evolved over time. What was my first console? PlayStation 1. Although if we're counting knockoffs, it would be, I don't know if you guys had this, but so whenever we went to the beach, so whenever when I was really small, every year we would go like to the coast on holiday for 3 weeks, and then at the coast in South Africa it pretty much rains all the fucking time, right? So what would happen is my dad would buy this. So the first few nights that it rains, my dad will take us to the arcade. And we'll go play arcade games while it's raining, because what else are you going to do when it rains? And then my dad would be like, no, this is getting too expensive, fuck that. And then he goes and he buys this, it's like a white console, it's about this big, it's about yay big, right? It's like a white console, it comes with two small little remotes like this. It's very fucking basic remotes, right? And it has these cartridges that you put into it, like cheap 101 games on one fucking on one cartridge. And then you get like 3 or 4 cartridges with the machine. So my dad would buy this console thing, and then we would just play on this console. But I don't think those count. These were cheap knockoffs, Natora. These were definitely not fucking Nintendos or anything like that. Like, I promise you they were not. Because my dad would buy one. It would, like, basically every year we would buy a new one. Just because, why not? You know? They were cheap as shit. Bootleg thing I bought was a 100 game cartridge for Game Boy. Nothing saved. Oh, shit. Those things existed on every system. They were pretty much crap. Yeah, but they serve the purpose, right? It's raining outside. You can't go anywhere because it's raining. So you just sit inside and play video games. My dad grew up. So here's a funny story. My dad is a doctor, right? He studied medicine. He failed his second year as well as his fourth year. Like, failed it. Because he was spending all of his time down at the cafe, like where he lived, just opposite the street. There was this sort of off-license cafe with arcade machines outside. He was spending all of his fucking time trying to put up all the high scores. So he just didn't study. Like, he missed tests because he would completely get, like, just forget that he had a test. He would just be playing video games all day. So my dad was like a massive gamer. So yeah, that's what we did whenever it rained. Big understand, there's one difference between my dad and me. My dad sort of realized shortly, like I say shortly, probably like let's say 15 years ago, my dad realized that games are destroying his life. Like, after him and my mom got divorced, he basically restarted playing video games. And he would just spend every night playing. At the time, I believe he was playing American Conquest. Gruffmuff, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. He was playing something called American Conquest. Like, seriously huge fucking RPG. RTS game. And he would basically spend all of his time playing American Conquest. And then he realized, wait a second, I'm no longer going to work. Like, he would go into the practice. Like, he used to work from 7 in the morning to about 6 in the evening. He would go into the office only at like 10, 11. Then he would come home at like 3, 4 o'clock, just so that he could play video games. And he was like, wait, this is destroying my life. He just sold his PC, never played games again. Like, just refuse. He will not fucking play video games at all. Me, I decided to make it my fucking job, just so that, you know, whenever I play video games, I can just go, well, you know, I'm just working. So that's the difference between my dad and me. I turned it into an actual job so I can, you know, play video games for a living. My first RPGs are Zelda, Might and Magic, and Final Fantasy. Played Zelda for a short while on the Wii. Did not like that. Might and Magic I played. Very good fucking game. Final Fantasy, obviously only 14. Grand Nagas nowadays, my dad works stupidly hard. My dad is, I think, 64 or maybe 65 or maybe 63. I don't know. It's his birthday soon, I think. It's either the 21st of this month or the 21st of next month. It's his birthday soon. No, it's this month, I think. I think it's this month. I don't know. But he still works 7 days a week from 6:30 in the morning to about 7 in the evening. And then after that, he goes to the farm and then, like, looks after the cattle and sort of, you know, make sure that they have everything that they need. And then he gets home at about 10. Goes to bed and then wakes up and works the next day. So nowadays he works his fucking ass off. But yeah, he when he plays video games, not so much. Alvin Badger, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You could pull Might and Magic 4 and 5 to make a massive game. I had lots of fun with them. Samurai, how you doing, brother? You know about Dark Rangers, correct? Yes, we will be discussing that. We'll be discussing that. Livestock is to be taken care of, definitely. What do you do work before your channels took off? Lunari, okay, what did you do work before your channels took off? Like, it probably took a while before you could live off of it alone, right? I don't even know if I can live off of it right now alone, but I make do, obviously. So I studied drama at university, found out in my 4th year that I absolutely fucking hate actors and everything to do with the industry. I then went back home, started my own construction company. I worked that for about 3-4 years, maybe. And then I sold that in order to become a YouTuber. So at the time of selling the company, I had made YouTube videos for 6 months. 6 months. My channel was nowhere near being able to support me. Nowhere near. I was making like $250, maybe $300 a month off of my channel. And some guy that I knew, some guy that I had worked with in the past, came to me and he made me an offer for my company. And I was like, that money can probably last me a good 2 years. Like, if I use the money correctly, I can probably survive for the next 2 years off of it. So fuck it. Yeah, I'll sell it and I'll just start making YouTube videos full time. So I actually just sold my company to try my hand at YouTube videos. And now 5 years later, here we are talking about this on Twitch. Was wondering how you felt about being able to now be an undead paladin. Dark Ranger plus Blood Elf plus Paladin equals Undead Paladin. If you're going to talk about it later, you can hold off on it. I don't really have an opinion on that, but I do want to talk about 925 and do want to watch the cinematics for that as well. I'm pretty sure there's another cinematic that people wanted me to watch, though. You can do what you like as a living now. I do love what I do, Lunari. I cannot deny that. It's a stressful job. It definitely is a stressful job. Whoa. What's this? So this video reminds me, the one that you just shared here for Ballular, but this video does remind me I have an interview. Or not really an interview, but I do have a discussion coming up with a previous Blizzard employee, probably within the next 2 months or so. We'll nail it down. Right now, they're really fucking busy. Most of you will know exactly who it is by the time we announce it. You'll immediately know, oh, I know that guy. But we have a sit-down sort of planned for them. And the only reason I'm thinking about it is someone linked this. They really want me to watch this video. Blizzard's Lost Talent finally strikes back. Great new games incoming. So let's see what this is about. The flavor of my vape is passion fruit, pineapple, and lychee.
Over the last few years, we saw a steady stream of people leave Blizzard, going to companies that they founded. Two great examples, Second Dinner, Frost Giant. We're now actually at the stage where some of these companies are beginning to show off what they've got. And that's pretty interesting.
So I asked a question on Twitter, but I'll ask you guys as well. Do you think developers working on video games, whenever they whenever they release their game and there is the level of monetization that we see in something like Diablo Immortal, do you think for a developer that is soul-crushing? Do you think it's as soul-crushing for them as it is for the players? Or do you think most developers these days don't really give a fuck?
Time.
Yeah, it's effectively, to Blizzard, it's what they've lost. The possibility they've lost To us, it's kind of great because none of these games would have happened under Blizzard. So all of like the staff that cut their teeth in, what was traditionally one of the best studios in the world, and obviously Blizzard's output hasn't been there, but what has been out has been great. Overwatch was 2016, genuinely incredible.
The funny thing is that almost so many massive games today have its inspiration from Blizzard. Path of Exile, its inspiration is Diablo 2, right? The difference is they did it right. Blizzard couldn't get it right with Diablo 3. Dota is, in all fucking fairness, it is a Blizzard game. It's just that Blizzard didn't think that it was important at the time. So really, Blizzard is the masters of missed opportunities.
Incredible game. StarCraft 2, basically perfect in so many ways. And now all that stuff's actually coming out elsewhere.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
So, to kick it off, we've got Frost Giant. Now, Frost Giant stuff is just great because essentially Team 1, which was the team that did the real-time strategy games and also Heroes of the Storm, just, not a great time for them. I mean,
No.
StarCraft 2 development, or at least active development, basically stopped. Now, we're in an...
What do you mean basically stopped? I'm pretty sure it stopped. When's the last time you've heard anything about StarCraft? Like, anything? Didn't think Ice Frog would take off. Dota was Gabe and Young, pretty much. I think it's a mix of both. They are passionate people who thought Blizzard was a dream job after all. I don't think Blizzard is a dream job anymore for anyone that is serious about video game design. Like, to be fair, I think if you right now dream of working for Blizzard Entertainment, why would you? Why would you have dreams of working for a soulless corporation? Because that's all Blizzard is right now. It's just a soulless corporation.
An era where Mike Ybarra, the leader of Blizzard, is doing tweets about how Warcraft 3 Reforged is going to have some news in June.
Yeah,
which does at least make me think that
Conceptual era, pretty
perhaps
much.
there could be a team
You can
back
cube
on
crawl
StarCraft.
at Blizzard,
But all this
which
stuff
not a
is
lot of
great.
companies allow.
And of course, one of the studios that will have snapped up that RTS talent and is in many ways comprised by it, that is Frost Giant. And the rather shocking news, and it is shocking because of the time spans, is that we're actually going to see a reveal of their game, the 9th of June. And also, it's in Unreal Engine 5.
Yep.
Fuck! That's
Kind of
quick!
hard to believe, honestly. We're going to see the first glimpse of an Unreal Engine 5 RTS by the ex-StarCraft devs. And it's actually going to be a real thing that we're going to see. And next week? Doesn't feel real to me.
Yeah.
That is
I guess especially the way when all
weird.
these studios were founded. Everyone's like, oh, this is going to be like 5 years out, 4 years out. So I do think that maybe we're not going to see, an awful lot. We're not going to see 2022. This is probably going to be, late 2023 announced or something like that. If even that soon. But at the same time, it's just...
I mean, will
here
it
you go.
though?
Here's, I guess, the first of a new wave of developers coming. Because they've got the next generation of, I guess, game engine with UE5. The next generation of consoles. And the next generation
I
of
have
talent
not.
starting out from
It's big
basically
Tiger.
the old companies that didn't give them any freedom. Or wouldn't let them do what they kind of felt they should.
Yeah, and so many games, like even take Darkest Dungeon.
Yeah.
Industry vets.
Hollow Knight
Yeah.
as well, I think.
Yeah. All of, many of these games that are completely incredible. You obviously get some of the more flukes, like Risk of Rain, which I believe was an out-of-university project.
Yep.
Stunningly impressive. But that's what happens when these pros leave the big companies. They get their freedom, and we start to have things like Darkest Dungeon happen.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
even for an older example, think about, Titanfall. Titanfall was, here's all the
So I personally think that I genuinely believe that the future of video games is indie. I've said this many times before, and I stick to my guns there. I think that the indie market is where the future of video games lie. Just because indie titles have far more maneuverability in, reacting to what the market wants at the time. It's a lot easier to provide very targeted niche games. She interviewed a nut, but he gave us Draenei and the Aspect. What do you mean she interviewed a nut?
the Call of Duty people ground to the bone by Activision, and then mistreated. All right, well, we'll go to we'll go to EA, who are going to be treated well. Apparently that somehow worked out in the end. One of the only studios they haven't killed. Probably should have killed DICE a long time ago, but anyway, just that idea of Titanfall and then Apex. You're like, that is worldwide one of the best shooters to play. And it just came from, oh yeah, you've cut your teeth, you've cut your chops, you've gained all this skill and practice.
Of course, Trickstar.
Now we're going
when
to
is that, better. By the way?
So it's like, is this going to be a game that kind of apes Warcraft, kind of apes StarCraft, but gameplay-wise is completely next level, innovative?
Who the hell knows?
Probably.
But we're going to see something soon anyway. So that's them. There's then also Second Dinner. Now, Second Dinner interesting because there really was a changing of the guard in Hearthstone. It was like Ben Brode he was the director. He didn't just leave on his own. No, like
that was an exodus. Like,
yeah, senior people came with him to found the studio. So they have Marvel Snap. They revealed Marvel Snap, and
what?
It's actually kind of impressive. Because looking at it, I'm so used to seeing games that feel
Dude,
like...
talk about fucking landing on your feet.
What's it going to be like? But this actually feels quite new, quite novel. And it's, clearly designed to be very, very at home on the mobile platform. But you look at it and like, I can see the tactical depth. It looks like a really fun card game.
Yeah, that's a thing, because obviously I expect a lot of viewers...
Of course it's a mobile game. Of course it's a fucking mobile game. Oh my god, dude. Am I alone in hating mobile games as much as I do? Why does it feel like not everyone understands the blight of this fucking genre on the gaming industry, of this medium on the gaming industry?
I did the same kind of. It was like, oh, Marvel Snap. And we go, don't care. But it's like, it's not, to me specifically, it's not like the game that I'm super interested in. It's all of the talent in it. Because that game, like, obviously, yeah, sure, it's Marvel, sure, it's a mobile card game. Sure, it's probably going to be monetized in some capacity that people
It's going to be super monetized. That's what it is.
Going to avoid any elements of pay to win, get all the cards by just playing, like, reasonably well quick. But it's genuinely like an innovative card game. And that's the thing. It's like, sure, people throw around innovation all the time. But in the same way Hearthstone came in, was like, we can do the TCG model, but I guess CCG because you can't trade. We can do that gameplay model, that magic stuff, but we can do it on a computer alone. We don't need to design for physical. So they had all of these incredible things, like all the hero swaps and hero stuff, all of the random elements, all of the crazy kind of casino-esque, you get a random spell. And you can't really do that in a physical card game. Yeah. It's
nice.
Just here's a random spell, here's the beautiful, the random.
Do you have any plans for your 25th
hard
birthday?
Or annoying to do, they nailed. And they nailed that in a whole bunch of different game modes. And that's clearly, that was clearly people who loved card games making cool stuff. And then they kind of got bored. Or whatever else happened, they left.
King Julian, what's wrong with mobile games? Even if you don't play mobile games, the influence that mobile games have had on the PC industry is undeniable. There is literally no way that you can look at the modern day gaming landscape and not realize that everything that mobile is doing is copied and pasted into PC and console games. Actually, console games might be the one place where they're still struggling to do it, but for almost all PC games, if it works in mobile, you can bet your ass that it's coming to a PC near you.
We're going to do the same thing. And now this game looks honestly really cool. Probably not going to play it much, if at all, but it looks really cool.
I won't be playing it
the
at all.
monetization bit was interesting to me. Yeah. Purely because Hearthstone, look, if you want a competitive deck, you have to get those cards somehow.
Yeah.
You could grind it, but realistically, and as we continually cover on the last few weeks on the stream that we do over on our Warcraft channel, it's just been, what's the new $70 golden card bundle this time?
Mm-hmm.
So here they say they're avoiding pay to win, and the monetization is going to be based on cosmetics and comic aesthetic, or that are based on comic aesthetics. That's fair. I'm just thinking though, wow, really avoid pay to win?
How do you avoid? How do you avoid pay to win in a card game? Card games are sort of notorious for pay to win, right? I don't know how you avoid pay to win.
I think that there's maybe Hearthstone developers kind of, if they're going to be going against some of how Hearthstone is perceived, maybe that tells you a few things. There's basically going to be a free battle pass that leads into earning a season pass, and their stated goal is to collect every card without paying. Again, that sounds good. Apparently, players in the closed beta are really happy with the game and basically looking at it. You have the sort of polish you would expect from this team. Like, it's really, from what they've showed, super polished. Yeah. And, I mean, it looks really innovative. So you kind of have basically 3 different areas on the board, and then it's like how you're kind of allocating your cards to those different areas. And sort of,
I don't understand anything that's going on that screen right now.
The sort of bonus or multiplier effect on that area. Then, of course, all the cards have things. So, as an example, you play Spider-Man, then the webs lock, that area for your opponent. It actually looks like a really cool design space for a game like this.
Yeah, especially.
Can we talk about some of the other games that you guys say are coming?
Because a big part of that. But
I don't really care for
12, 15
this
cards
game.
in deck, smaller decks, because you just want to have high impact cards instead, because games are supposed to take like 3 to 5 minutes, and then also you play your turns at the same time. It's not a turn; it is a turn-based game, but there's not major downtime for you. You're not going, I play my card, and then you're playing Hearthstone. You can't close the app, so you just sit there going, well, I guess I need another phone to browse Twitter while I'm playing Hearthstone on my phone. Shit, but they kind of that's a modern problem, but I can't believe what it says. Modern problems require modern solutions, and this is a modern solution. We're like, yeah, we'll speed it up. Yeah, we'll make the deck building important tactically, but less moving parts.
I know there's a Resident Evil 4 remake coming.
Load of stuff, and you can have fun, play, whatever.
Yeah.
I imagine some of the Marvel stuff is why it's not like pay to win pressured and stuff like that. There's probably a layer of protection that comes from that, maybe, but because it was interesting looking at the publisher, Newverse. And this is where people go, oh no, it's a Chinese publisher, it's all going to go horribly wrong. But Newverse are a division of ByteDance, who are the Chinese owners of TikTok. And if you groan or feel terror, probably fair enough, to be honest. But I took a little bit of a look into like their other games, thinking, okay, well, how are they going to wreck this? Especially after the news of Ni no Kuni Cross World been full of crypto.
Dude, how sad is the video game industry when what we ask ourselves is, we look at a company and we immediately go, right, how will this company fuck it up? Like, we don't think, right, what does this company do that's going to make it amazing? No, we immediately think, oh, this is from that guy. Because what other games have they fucked up in the past 5 years that I have to be sort of worried about right now?
Cryptocurrency and pay to earn shit.
Or even people thinking about some of it was like the NetEase published ARPG.
Yeah.
That you hear the stories of people just saying, if you want to be competitive, you just need to consistently pour money in.
You're talking about Diablo Immortal? Yep.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but I looked and it's like their games, I couldn't find much info because they're not all that well played. I don't think they're like great generally, but Ragnarok X Next Generation is like Ragnarok Online, that's a big IP. You could get a lot of really grindy players jammed into that game and monetize the hell out of them. But apparently it's like actually FTP friendly. And FTP friendly at a point where when it was released, people are like, that's way too friendly. That's going to run into some problems, and it never really did. But it was like, okay, so the publisher actually seems to be reasonably okay. Mm-hmm. They're like, well, sweet, look at that. You've got, I can't believe this. You've got ex-Blizzard employees leaving Blizzard, going to make a game with Marvel and, ByteDance, the Chinese owners of TikTok, and their games less pay to win. More free-to-play friendly and generally better quality seemingly across the board. That's wild. But that shows the talent.
I mean, the West is...
Yeah, and at least in first...
As the Asian market seems to be moving away from pay-to-win because a lot of Asian players are getting fed up with all the pay-to-win, it seems like the West have gone, hold our fucking beer, bro. Like, watch this shit.
First impressions, like if you log into Hearthstone right now, it's just money, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, sure, they had that was like $25 for a diamond Drekthar, and then they ended up refunding people on that. But of course, refunding gold, not money, because they nerfed the card. But then you look at like these golden card bundles, and it's complete.
No, it's not. Too bad. It's not 100% true because the Asian games are just as fucking pay to win. The point I'm more making here is that when's the last time we've had a Western game release from a AAA company that isn't just immediately fleeced, like fucking fleeced by pay-to-win cash shop bullshit?
Lunacy. Complete wailing lunacy. So, you kind of do like a little A-B first impressions, and it could be quite good for this game. Now, is this going to kill Hearthstone? I think no. Hearthstone is, I guess it's that like, hey, this is a digital first Magic Light or something like that. So it's going to have its audience, though. I mean, who knows? Riot are moving in with their thing. I think, is it MTG Arena?
MTG Arena, yeah.
Yeah, like there's, that's doing pretty well.
Yeah. Even
who knows with the Yu-Gi-Oh game?
Yeah.
But the thing is then, Hearthstone players are kind of... Okay, so...
Wait, is this entire...
Viewers have heard that Hearthstone's maybe not performing the best.
Yes.
And perhaps the insane money grabbing that is...
Single-player game, but Metal Gear Survive is pay-to-win too.
Maybe that suggests...
Warcraft, stable of an IP.
Doing particularly well.
So, Elden Ring, of course, God of War as well. But think about all of the games that launch every
so
year.
They had these buddies in Battlegrounds. People weren't like
it's a handful that don't have cash shops. The rest is cash shop fucking crazy.
Mechanic that had like this whole new implementation. And then they just went, we'll get rid of that and put these Naga in instead, like the race from World of Warcraft. Like, here you go, sweet. Yeah. And I was like, but you've just completely rotated this out, and now it's way less balanced and way worse. And as to whether that ends up like proving true over the long term, because
do you actually think World of Warcraft NFTs will be coming?
Dakar was telling me this apparently. Like,
I don't know if Blizzard will
Twitch streamers who would
stoop
play Hearthstone
that
were, like,
low.
Pissed off with it and went and said, "Oh, Marvel Snap's got to close."
I don't think they'll stoop
and it's
that
not
low.
even like, well, maybe some of them were invited, but like, there's a lot of it is here's the APK, go play. So they just went and played.
I literally bought. You mentioned Rockstar.
Bad stream.
I literally just this
bad,
morning,
like,
no,
kind of,
last night,
made for players,
bought.
But it's just like they were, just gonna go and play.
What's the fucking game called again?
Marvel Snap instead, because it's the Hearthstone guy made a new game, and that's a thing that is
Grand
a really
Theft
strong
Auto.
draw.
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto
Blizzard
5.
gave Ben Brode a lot of power.
It's on special right now.
Charismatic figure. You've made a great game. Go and show it off. Go and be the face of it. And now that's kind of bit them because for whatever reason he decided to leave.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating.
Dude, if you look at what is happening with Diablo Immortal, do you really think it being poisonous will stop Blizzard? Diablo Immortal. Next up, we're talking about Diablo Immortal. So, yeah.
Oh, there was more to that story. But anyway, as for the companies we're still waiting on, we've got Notorious.
Yep.
We have got Moonshot, which is one of the Dreamhaven studios. We have, and I believe Frost Giant are also, they're like advised by Dreamhaven or something. Like there is a bit of a connection there. Secret Door, who are also a Dreamhaven studio. New Tales, Uncapped, Bonfire.
We still don't know shit
Lightforge.
About Dreamhaven.
Oh, Lightforge, yeah.
Lightforge as well.
They were ex.
So there you go. There's plenty happening.
Yeah,
I
mean,
think
we've seen.
I think NFTs will be coming to Blizzard.
Really
yes,
a new Hearthstone, a new card game innovation, a new StarCraft Warcraft.
Actually, here's the thing: if the Microsoft Blizzard deal doesn't go through, then NFTs will be coming to Blizzard soon. I don't know if Microsoft will dive into the NFT space. Phil Spencer have never said anything about NFTs. Microsoft have not really spoken about NFTs all that much. So Microsoft will probably not be on board with something like NFTs in their video games. But I can fucking guarantee you, if Bobby Kotick is the leader of Activision Blizzard for the next 10 years, NFTs will be coming to all games near you soon.
Craft RTS, that's probably going to be, at least look great. Hopefully it turns out great. And then 7 other studios also ready to go to make what is ostensibly competition to Blizzard. Because as much as I'd love to be like super excited about all of these games in isolation, kind of do you have to talk? These people all worked at Blizzard. They lost all this stuff. They've basically trained up their own competition.
So there's this developer who this is the guy that actually made, he was the lead lead developer for World of Warcraft when World of Warcraft started. So he made Vanilla WoW. I follow him on Twitter. Can't remember his fucking name now. But he basically said, if you want to know the state of a company, look at what happens to its talent. So look at, for example, its veterans. What is its veterans doing? This was during the Great Exodus that happened at Blizzard Entertainment. For some reason, a lot of developers kept quitting Blizzard Entertainment. I myself have a friend that works for an indie company that used to work for Blizzard. They left their post at Blizzard. Can any of you guess why? Why did they leave their post at Blizzard? And by the way, they left for less money. So they're actually making less money now that they're at the indie company, but they still left. They left Blizzard, pretty good pay. No. It wasn't even Activision that happened. They want to make video games. No, she had no issues with stress or anything like that at Blizzard Entertainment. It was video games. She said she was doing very little, if anything, in terms of making video games at Blizzard Entertainment. Most of the time, you're effectively just doing what you're told by marketing and by the financial teams. So the people that want monetization and shit like that in the games, that's what you end up developing. You develop based on the blueprint that Blizzard gives you. And then she started working at... I could probably tell you guys. Actually, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. I could probably. So she started working at In Exile. In Exile is the company that makes Wastelanders 3. It's not technically an indie company because they are bigger than an indie company, but it's still not really a AAA company. And according to her, it's night and day. It is literally night and day. If you come up with a really cool idea for the game that you're working on, your bosses are like, all right, go make it. Go see if there's other developers that want to work on this idea. Go make it and show us. Show us how this could work. So you are effectively back to being a game developer. You are working on a game. You have a good idea. She told me, working on World of Warcraft, because she used to work on World of Warcraft, it doesn't matter what ideas you have. You are given what you need to do. Like, you are told, right, this is what we want you to do. And that's what you do. Whether you agree with what you're doing or disagree with what you're doing, whether you think you can do it better, they don't care. This is what they want. This is what you work on. End of discussion. There's no freedom in these massive fucking companies.
Yeah,
and then let them run into the wild.
And that's what happens when you struggle with employee retention in a in a industry like this where there's a lot of VC money floating around, or at least there was at the time that all these studios got their start.
Yeah.
So there you go. Look, overall,
Jogging, how you doing, bro?
For us,
exceptional.
This is brilliant. And sure, maybe not everybody here is into card game.
Adrian, it's not even that it doesn't fit the monetization structure. You have to imagine, if you're working on World of Warcraft currently have almost 1,000 developers working on the game. That's 1,000 developers that you have to micromanage in order to get your game out. Now, according to industry insiders, so people who actually work at Blizzard, this is the natural flow of how a new expansion is born in World of Warcraft. The leads for every single department goes into a boardroom, discusses the next expansion, they come up with the ideas that they want, and they then give those ideas to their respective teams, and the teams work on it. You have 1,000 developers working under you. There's no way that you're going to speak to every single one of those 1,000 developers. There's no way that you're going to allow each of those developers to make something cool in the game. It's just not going to happen. It's too many people. So what you need is a very clear structure. You need, this is what we're doing. All of you, that's what you do. And I don't care if you don't like what you're doing. This is this is the vision and this is what you do. So if you are a developer, an actual artist that wants to make video games, you're basically told, we don't need your creativity, we just need your skill. But you don't need to be creative here. Just be skillful. Just design what the fuck we tell you to design. So if you are an actual game developer, you don't want to keep working at that company because I personally think it would be the death of any creative person working at a company that big.
But
basically,
maybe you're
they're
into
like
RTSs
contractors.
like I am. Maybe you're into whatever Notorious are cooking up. Pretty good news. So that's where we're going to leave you today. Basically, with things dying, what happens is new growth. It takes a while. Sometimes
Cut
it just
their
grows
teeth
back
before they
stronger,
move on
and
to their own
that's
thing.
Just exciting. So there you go. Things to look forward to. Of course, check out the content we put on this channel yesterday. There will be more tomorrow, and we'll see you next time.
I don't even think it's about cutting their teeth in AAA. I think AAA is where most people want to go because they believe that's where they want to work. I think once they're there, they very quickly realize that, hey, this is not at all where I want to work. Like, this is not what I imagined. I imagined something very different. I imagined something where I'm going to be creative and I'm going to be actively part of the games that we make. And instead, I'm just a cog in the wheel, right? The companies have become what we would call conveyor belt factories, right? And that's all they do. It's just content on a... Now, of course, Blizzard's conveyor belts sort of run in a fucking circle because nothing ever actually comes out of the factory, but it's still a conveyor belt, right? We need to make as much content as possible, as quickly as possible, and all of you are just a cog within this machine that just needs to print endless content. So creativity dies, whereas indie companies are far more capable of adapting to the market, of actually implementing in the market, because oftentimes in an indie company, you're working with anywhere from 1 to 60 people on a given project. You probably know every single person that you work with by name. You probably know their favorite food. You're good friends with all of them because you hang out together. You're working on the same project and probably with the same vision in mind of what you want that project to become. You cannot have that on a game like World of Warcraft. It's just not possible. It's too big. The company have become too big. It's a waste of fucking time, is what it is. To even try to do that is a waste of time. Changes so fast. Same with Stanley Parable. Remember, again, by the way, Magister, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it. I fucking completely missed that. So I really appreciate that, bro. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, I mean, it's been a while since Blizz wrecked their name. True. I mean, let's not lie to ourselves. It has been a while. But they do seem to do it oh so fucking well when they do it, right? Vampire Survivor makes their changes. It's easy to make changes if it's just 20, 30 people working in an office. You can so quickly adapt to what is needed. Just quickly trying to... This is perfect. I thought I'd give you guys a little bit of a meme to start off what will be considered probably a rant of some kind. Almost definitely going to be a rant. To all the people saying Diablo Immortal might ruin Blizzard's reputation, what is dead may never die. It is fitting, I believe, for a company like Blizzard Entertainment. Now, we are, of course, talking about Diablo Immortal. How many of you in chat have played Diablo Immortal and have actually enjoyed the game quite a bit? Just installed Blizzard Games last night. So the sad thing about Diablo Immortal is that it's actually, from what I've seen, decent. It is a Diablo experience. The graphics looks okay. It's not the best graphics in the world, but then again, it is a mobile game, so what do you expect? The gameplay seems extremely smooth, very responsive. The spell effect is really cool. It looks like a really good game until you get to the monetization options, until you get to the store, and until you get to the fact that in order to play this game the way that ARPGs should be played, it's going to cost you thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of US dollars just to be able to play this game. So I'm not going to dive into everything that encapsulates or encompasses the monetization of Diablo Immortal, because to be honest, I have watched 4 videos now on the monetization of Diablo Immortal to understand it. I have done my research. I've looked on Reddit. I saw the breakdown of what the monetization is for Diablo Immortal. And after 4 videos, as well as Reddit posts, I still don't quite understand the upgrade and monetization system for Diablo Immortal. Because nothing is as it seems. You have crests, but then you have different kinds of crests. And not all crests are created equal. But then some crests will give you legendary stones, but not all legendary stones are equal. Because there are ranks to these legendary stones. And if you're doing a rare crest run, you can't get higher than 2 out of 5 legendary stone. But then you can do a legendary crest, which then gives you 3 to 5 legendary rank. But then there's also the awakened gear that is even after you have the legendary. So it's a fucking mess with the amount of stones and upgrade options and currency options that you have in the game. So I'm not going to try and cover it. It doesn't make sense. Even the videos that I've watched, in Balila's video last night, they sort of went, we don't quite understand all of this shit. We don't quite understand all of this shit, but this is what we can make sense of. It's by design, FYI. The monetization as well as the upgrade system being as intricate as it is by design. It is meant to be that difficult. Why? Because if you know that you're spending $2 on the exact same thing time after time after time, your brain will very quickly start linking things together, and you'll very quickly start realizing, wait a second, I'm spending a shit ton of money on this game. However, if I get you to spend money, $2 on a chest, and then $2 on a crest, and then $2 on a cosmetic, and then $2 on something else, it's going to take a lot longer for your brain to fill in the gaps and realize, wait a second, I'm spending a fuck ton of money on this game. What the hell's going on here? Why am I spending this much money? Because it's not the same thing that you're spending money on, and also the amount differs. So your brain doesn't automatically make all of those sort of judgments as quickly as needs be. The game is 100% from the ground up designed to be money printing. It's what it is. It's a money printer. From the ground up, the game is designed to get you addicted. Wait, absent? We the absent. We the absent. Thanks for the 2 months up. I really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why happy birthday? We the Absent. It's not my birthday, but I will take it. I will fucking take it. I really appreciate that, bro. It's not even a NetEase game. Because, yes, we can blame NetEase for this. Blizzard had at least some say over this. Blizzard had some say over this, and Blizzard could not give a fuck. This is what Blizzard does. The sad bit of this is that there are content creators that will support this shit in Diablo Immortal. There are people that is absolutely going to excuse this shit in Diablo Immortal. I believe Diablo Immortal is already banned in Belgium and the Netherlands. I believe Belgium and the Netherlands have already banned the game for their scumbag behavior. This from a game that technically doesn't have loot boxes. Just based on its services. The services that is including in the loot boxes, which is chests, but still, you know, kind of operate like... Their services are chance and therefore considered, like, gambling. This tells you just how fucked this game is. But here's the really interesting thing for all of you. This is not what Blizzard wants. I promise you that the monetization in Diablo Immortal is not what Blizzard wants. This is way too far. AMC, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's way too far. Blizzard knows. I guarantee you this. Blizzard and NetEase know that they have gone too far. They know they have gone too far. But it's all part of the plan. Because within the next month or two, Blizzard and NetEase will announce that they have calmed down. They will announce that they've realized that monetization have gone too far and that they're bringing it down. They're bringing it down 50%. So, less monetization. Less. It's going to feel a lot better as a free-to-play player. Because right now, just to give you guys a bit of a conservative estimate of how long it will take you to completely free-to-play get to the best gear in the game. So if you want all the best gear completely unlocked, it can take you up to a decade almost to get there. If you did entirely free-to-play. This is based on the projections of people being quite conservative with how they view things. It's going to take you, if you alone grinded free-to-play, almost a decade of free content, right? Or, yes, you can pay $100,000 and then skip all of that. And also the $100,000, by the way, is not guaranteed. Because it's $100,000 if everything works out for you. So if you have all the good luck, if you have a lot of bad luck, it might be even more than $100,000 that you're going to have to spend. Forian, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Did really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And there it is, another month in this degenerate stream for me. Happy to have you here, brother. It is disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. Now, Blizzard knows that it's disgusting. And that's not where they want to be. But you see, it's like with all negotiations. If I want to sell you a bridge in Florida, of which I have, by the way, I have bridges for those of you that want a bridge in Florida. But if I want to sell you a bridge in Florida, if I start at $1 million, you might come back and say, well, I'm not willing to pay $1 million. I'll pay $500,000. And I'd be like, fuck. 750. But if I wanted $1 million, I charge you $2 million. Because you might come back at me and say, well, I'll pay $1 million. And I'd be like, deal. Right? Or you go 1.5 million and I still win. Right? Because I'm actually getting more than what I bargained for. This is what Blizzard is doing. They know that this isn't going to work. Look, if you thought that Lost Ark's monetization was bad, and you think that Diablo Immortal's monetization isn't worse, you're lying. Because even at the launch of Lost Ark, their monetization was nowhere near as bad as Diablo Immortal's monetization. Like, Diablo Immortal takes it to the next level. It literally has every single trick in the book to get you to spend money in the game from launch. And I believe that's because Diablo Immortal wants to end where Lost Ark began. But if you want to end where Lost Ark began, you can't start where Lost Ark started. You have to start very high and then downscale to get to the level where Lost Ark began before they had to downscale to effectively include people in a more free-to-play model. So what's disgusting about this is there anyone in chat right now? Is there anyone in chat that believes that this isn't actually as bad because you don't need all of the base gear in the game? Is there anyone in chat that actually thinks that this is the way the game is meant to be? Like, you don't need all the base gear in the game, so really it's not paid to win. Because to you, I would say, if there is someone that's maybe watching this afterwards, right? To you, I would say, this is the equivalent of saying that you don't actually need to shoot people in Call of Duty. If you're not shooting people in Call of Duty, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you playing the game? It would be like saying, well, you don't need to penetrate in order to have sex. It's like, well, what are you doing then? If there is no penetration, there really is no sex. So what are you doing? Because it's not sex. It might be a bunch of other things, but it's definitely not fucking sex. The whole purpose, what is the core purpose of an ARPG? Ascension, thanks for the Prime sub, did really appreciate 13 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The core purpose of an ARPG is gear. It's to get the perfect gear for your character. That's literally what ARPGs are designed to be. Spartan, thanks for the 2 months up, did really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are far too fucking kind. Yeah, give me your money that you would have spent on Diablo Immortal. Rather give it to me. I promise to use it for, well, I would say something better, but that's not true. It's bonkers to me that there are people that go, well, you don't need all the base gear. It's like, yeah, if this wasn't an ARPG, that would be true. But since it is an ARPG, you're a liar. Because basically what you're saying is, well, you don't need to play the game. Yeah, you're right. I'm not playing it. So, yeah, technically for me, it isn't a pay-to-win game because I'm not even playing the fucking game, right? Nightlight Crafting. Thanks for the 200 bits. Really appreciate that. Love you guys. And love you for the 200 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can still get the base gear legitimately, can you not? I mean, fuck pay-to-win, but yeah. Jesse Field, yeah, decade. You can absolutely get the base gear in the game. It's going to take you a decade to farm it as free-to-play. But it is available in the game. Technically, they're not lying. Technically, it's not pay to win. It's this new buzzword. This new buzzword that all of the dickheads and cocksuckers in the gaming industry, and I include the fucking players that keep defending these companies, have come up with. They call it pay for convenience. It changes everything. You see, because it doesn't matter that it's going to take you a decade. You can still do it for free. So quit your job. Leave your fucking wife and family. You can still do it. It's going to take you a decade of farming, but you can still fucking do it. Technically, it is free to play. You just pay for the convenience. You know, it's just more convenient to pay 100,000 US fucking dollars to get the best shit in the game. No, it's not. Let's not confuse words here. It's not pay for convenience. It's pay to win. It's what it is. The gaming companies just wisened up. They realized that pay to win is not acceptable and no one likes pay to win, and so they changed it. But the core design of the game ensures that if you're not paying, you're never actually getting to the top. It's just never gonna fucking happen for you. Pay to win and pay for convenience is exactly the same thing. It's just two different brands, as you just said there. It's just rebranded. It's just a rebranding of the word, and the idiots in the gaming industry is fucking falling for it. The idiot gamers are falling for it. They're going, oh, but this is just pay for convenience, dude. Like, I can get it. I can farm a decade. I think, you know, if I really diligently play this game, I can do it. I can do it. A decade of free fucking content. These are the same people that actually go on Twitter and say, thank you, Blizzard, for giving me a decade's worth of content for free. Because I'm going to be playing this game for the next fucking decade of my life to get all my gear together. It's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. And what's worse, dude, this is why I hate humanity so fucking much. Because the rest of us have to suffer due to the stupidity of a few. We are the ones paying the price. The majority of us are the ones paying the price. And if you think it's not the majority, the stats will literally prove you wrong. Out of the entire gaming community, only 5 to 8% of gamers actually spend money on the cash shop. 5 to 10%. 5 to 8% rather. Right? It might be 10% now. The study was done about 4 years ago. So maybe a little bit higher now. Let's say 10 to 15%. Out of the entire gameplay community or gaming community, only 10 to 15% of players actually buy stuff from a cash shop. The rest of us pay the price for that. Do you think Asmongold interacting with these pay-to-win mechs is fucking us? I don't like that Asmongold is interacting with it. I'll be honest with you. I don't like it. Look, I'm not allowed to tell someone else how to live their lives, and I would never assume to do so. You need to do what you do. What I hate is the fact that your actions are actively fucking me. That's all I hate. I despise that. Because if no one bought anything off the fucking cash shop, right? If no one bought anything off the cash shop, I wouldn't suffer with cash shops in my fucking video game. But because so many of the assholes in the video game industry, every single time Blizzard releases a store mount, goes, yeah, I'm actually against store mounts, but I did buy this one because it's just so cute. It's like, yeah, fuck you too, you piece of shit. Because this one was so cute means that the next one is guaranteed. Because this one was just too cute. Like, technically I am against it, but this one was just too fucking good. Technically I am straight, but when he ripped that dick out, I just couldn't help it. I had to shove it in my mouth. Yeah, alright, well, now you are a cocksucker. That's it. Like, it doesn't matter whether or not you are a cocksucker. That's what you fucking are. Asshole. Thank you so much for fucking doing this. Really appreciate it. Like, keep buying it so that we can get more fucking store mounts in games, because that's what we all fucking live for, apparently. I am a little bit ticked off that Asmongold bought stuff on the store. Because Asmongold's decision will fuck me. Because this tells Blizzard it's okay to be scumbags. This tells Blizzard that it's okay to be fucking assholes. Because we're supporting it now. We're embracing the fact that, this is so cool. Rich loves to pretend like, he's this big whale in video games, just fucking swiping on the cash shop. And for the most part, I don't judge Rich as a person. I love Asmongold's content. I love Rich's content as well. I have no problem with them as people. But that individual thing, I do judge. I don't like that they're doing it because it influences me. Anything you want to do in your life, look, if you want to suck 1 million cocks a day, go for it. I will never judge you. But if you're going to take someone else's cock and try to put it in my mouth, I might judge you. Like, I might be a little pissed off because now your addiction is turning into my fucking problem. And I don't want your addiction to turn into my problem. I don't judge the cocks that you put in your mouth, but I would prefer if they're not in my mouth too. The issue with people buying shit off of cash shops is they are now putting cocks in my mouth. Like, I'm now the one swallowing cocks here that I didn't want. I never asked for this. I didn't put up a sign saying cock sucking for free. Yet I am now somehow sucking the cocks anyways because someone else decided that they're really in the mood for some meat. it pisses me off. It shouldn't happen, but this is where we are now. I am suffering for other people's fucking stupidity, and I don't like it. So no, Blizzard, I think Blizzard is dead. I genuinely believe that the Blizzard we all know is dead. And they're proving it. They're not even pretending anymore to give a fuck about gameplay, to give a fuck about morals or principles or anything like that. This company is just embracing the scumbaggery with which we have all come to loathe companies like EA. I don't even think this is EA, because EA, with Call of Duty Mobile, doesn't have any of this bullshit. Lauren, yeah, pretty much. Activision's Call of Duty Mobile doesn't have any of this bullshit. So, Pringles, I don't know if anything gives them a win anymore. If I'm honest with you, I don't know if anything gives them a win anymore. Grand Nagas, you start from scratch. It's as simple as that. You start from scratch. But this is not where it's going to stay. They are going to nerf their pay-to-win elements. Like, guaranteed, they're going to nerf it. And they're going to try and do it in a way that makes them look like good guys. They're going to be like, oh, we listen to the community. You guys, we've heard you. You don't like having 50 cocks a day in your mouth. So what if we lowered it to 25? I mean, you know, you still have to suck a couple of cocks, but it's only 25. It's not 50, you know? And then the player base goes, oh my God, they're listening. They're listening. Fuck all you haters. Fuck you haters. Blizzard is listening to us. Yeah, they're not listening, bro. This is what they always wanted. If no one made any noise, they would not have changed. They knew that people were going to get pissed off by this. They knew it. They didn't care because they knew that, this is not actually how monetized we want the game. But, we'll start here and we'll see. Hi, Rygar. Thanks for the Prime sub. Did really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you. Oh, my God. The 10 community subs did really appreciate that. Thank you. We need some hearts in chat. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. There's 10 fucks here that now have a sub. I want to see some hearts. Let's see some hearts here. How about instead of tiny ones, we swap them for a horse as bigger is better, right? Don't give them ideas, cat gears. Like, before you know it, you'll be sucking some elephant cock. And you like it because Blizzard will tell you to. Be careful. Things are about to get fucking wild in the video game industry. Like, wild, bro. I'm sick and tired of this, dude. I'm so sick because we have truly lost. And I don't know if there's anything we can do about it. We have just lost. Started with 50 and compromised on 25, so people accepted 25. Exactly. Granagas, this isn't fucking hard. Look, guys, this isn't hard. If you go onto Steam, right, and you go look at the amount of games that basically spend all of its time, like all of its fucking time, being discounted. There are so many games that basically spend 90 to 95% of its time in the discount section. Like, they're just always fucking discounted. Do you think that's because the companies just love losing money? Do you think these companies just really enjoy losing a lot of money? No, they don't. They're not losing any money. They know, right? They fucking know that what they want is $25 to $30 for their game. That's what they know. But they also know that if they charge you $50 for the game, normal price, and then discount it to $25, you're like, oh my God, I'm like saving $25. No one has the mental fortitude to realize you're saving fuck all. you're still losing $25. There's no savings going on. You didn't have $50 and then, got 25 back. No, you literally didn't have the money and you spent $25 buying the game. But they know that this is how people think. People think, oh, I'm saving money. No, you're not saving money. You're just losing $25 instead of losing $50. But that's not a savings. If you didn't buy anything, you would have had fucking $50, right? They know it, and this is how it works. This is how it has to work. Half of double the price. Anything above the 25 is an added bonus on top of the projected earnings and profits. Exactly. Like, they know that in order to make their money, they have to sell 1 million copies at $25. So the game fluctuates from $50 down to 25, discounted, up to 35, discounted still. If they now sell a couple of copies at 35, hey, bonus, right? So they just move the game into specials and out of specials. Thought that's how I look at it, yeah. So, whenever you see these pizzas that is sort of like lean, you can have 2, right? Because it's a lean pizza. Or you go to KFC, buy yourself some nice fucking chicken burgers, fries, fucking like maybe some chicken wings as well, and then you get a Diet Coke, because you don't want to overdo it. That's basically how that works. Just get yourself a Diet Coke, buy it on special. Honestly and truly, I think the rise of pay-to-win gaming has a direct correlation to rates of depression within the gaming community. That would be an interesting thing to develop. What the fuck are you buying if you aren't buying a bucket? At KFC, I never buy KFC's chicken. The only chicken I will buy from KFC is... what is it called again? They're pops. So KFC pops I'll buy. Zinger wings I'll buy, which is like proper chicken zinger wings. But anything else will always be a burger. If I do go to KFC, it'll be a chicken burger. Normal might be too much, but 1.5. There you go. I worked at KFC. Only trust the strips. We don't have strips, JC, at our KFCs. So we have. I think McDonald's sells some chicken tenders. I think they started selling it, at least. No, we don't have Wendy's in South Africa. But the KFC... So KFC, the best thing that KFC sells is Zinger wings. Like, 100% the best thing they sell. Their chicken nuggets suck. KFC's chicken nuggets are horrible. McDonald's chicken nuggets is where it's at. If you want good chicken nuggets, you go to McDonald's, not KFC. That's a kinky KFC. I've checked it. Nearest KFC is approximately 30-minute drive. Jesus. The nearest KFC to me is... If I go this way... So if I leave my house and I drive that direction, it's about 5 minutes. I can leave my house and go that way, which is about 10 minutes to another KFC. Or I can go down to the other KFC by the beach, which is also like 5 minutes. The furthest KFC from me that is still driving distance, so to speak, is about 25 minutes. I've been to South Africa, and for some reason the KFC tastes way better than America or Asia. I think our KFC is actually top-notch. It's like brilliant. It's so fucking good. But that's also like it's obvious in that KFC on average is the most popular takeaway place in the country. Like, there are more KFCs in the country than any other fast food restaurant anywhere. We have Popeyes, but only in like the major city centers. And Popeyes doesn't do that well here. We have Subway as well. Yeah. Korean fried chicken? I've never had Korean fried chicken. Even though there's a shit ton of Chinese takeouts, there's not a lot of Korean places here. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen a Korean. The only time I've seen an Asian restaurant that wasn't a Chinese takeaway was a Japanese restaurant. Super Cider, thanks for the 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Only 18 KFC locations in the Netherlands, counted from Google Maps. Any more towards spicy? Hardee's in Joburg. I've only been to Joburg a handful of times, Bradley. So I hate Joburg, so I wouldn't know. But I'm imagining if there is any sort of like, if you want to know how many chains there are in South Africa, they will all be in Joburg. So if there is a chain store, they will be in Joburg or Cape Town. I'm just quickly looking for our next cinematic. Where? What the fuck? Where is it? I'm trying to see now. I know there's new cinematics for World of Warcraft. I just can't remember where I saw them. Those are the ones I'm looking for right now. Yeah, I'm on Wowhead. I'm just not sure how far I have to go down because Wowhead is full of fucking Diablo Immortal bullshit. It's literally all just Diablo Immortal crap. Let's see on this post. So I have a walk with ghosts here. Hold up. Let's just do Wowhead's YouTube channel. It's gonna be easier, I think. Is this all three? Yes. Okay. Okay. We have all of them. We have all of them. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. As always, I am still as excited as ever whenever it comes to World of Warcraft cinematics, because I keep hoping that there's going to be a good one. And like at some point, there's going to be like good cinematics again, and that the story is going to fix itself. From what I've heard, 925 is actually very good, and a lot of people really enjoyed the storyline. I'm just amazed that there is actually a storyline, right? In a 0.5 patch. That's huge. But okay, so we'll start with the first cinematic here, which is called Anduin Sylvanas Epilogue in-game cutscene. So let's see this.
Why are you here, Anduin? Your kingdom and your friends are awaiting your return.
My friends? The ones I almost killed. They believe my hands are clean. But they don't feel clean.
It is perilous to confuse what you are made to do with what you choose to do.
How can I not when it all blurs together? It was so horrific and exhilarating.
Oh shit!
And it sickens me to think that satisfaction may have been mine.
Ah, so that's why you've come.
Oh shit! Anduin kinda liked it. He kissed the boy and he kinda liked it.
You fear you might not be who you thought you were.
I'm starting to wonder if I ever knew. For the first time in my life, I'm afraid that if I call on the light, it won't answer. If I've no trust in myself, how can I expect my kingdom to trust me? To put their faith in me when mine has faltered?
Must you bear that weight?
A king does not have a choice.
No choice. I thought you believed in free will.
Oh, shit.
I need time to think about many things.
Anduin, I have faced who I was and accepted what I've done. Now, the work begins.
Yes, it does. Farewell, Sylvanas Windrunner. Until our paths cross again.
Farewell, little lion.
So, not a bad cinematic. I love the narrative. I hate the story. I hate the direction. I still don't like what they did with Sylvanas Windrunner. Basically turned her into this soppy, sad sack of meat. So much for strong female characters, I suppose. Anduin is just a little bitch. I'm sorry, but is this what's supposed to be good? Like, is this what people think about when they think about good male characters, good heroes? Because he's just moping. That's it. He's just moping. If Anduin came out of this saying, look, I'm here because I feel responsible, in part at least, for what happened here. And until I've put right what I've done, I can't go back. So having conviction, having fucking the strength of character to say, look, I don't blame myself for the things that had happened. I was made to do these things. I blame myself for not being stronger in order to resist it. I blame myself for not fighting harder. But even though I know that none of this is my fault, it is still my job to put it right. That's a fucking hero moment. Print the mugs, get the t-shirts going. We're fucking cooking with fire now. This is just little bitch Anduin going, oh, that's so sad, bro. I don't know. Like, well, life is just falling apart. I don't know. Like, so I don't know what to make of this. I'm waiting for Anduin to actually turn into Varian to show some kind of strength of character, and it just feels like it never fucking happens. It never happens. The only good part of this entire thing is Anduin sort of going, I kind of liked it. I kind of like it. So your take is that because these guys aren't 100% confident in what they're doing, they're all bitches. I think you're off here. Was that my take? Best of Waters? Oh, never mind. Never mind all the things I said. Let's go with what the fuck you accused me of. That makes sense. Wouldn't that give power to male character? They can't do that now. And the direction that the current story team likes is the most, it seems, for everyone. I don't have a problem with Anduin doubting himself. I don't have an issue with him doubting himself. It's the way in which he doubts himself that drives me up the fucking wall. It's the pissy way in which he doubts himself that I don't know a single human being that acts this way. Maybe my friends are just not like Anduin, but I can tell you now, I don't have a single friend that feels this fucking sorry for themselves the whole time. It's just moping, which isn't a great look for a king. It's if the only thing he was confused about was the fact that he liked it, that would be one thing. But he seems to... And by the way, this is a problem that I've had with Anduin for a long time. It's the issue that I've had with Anduin for a really long time. He seems to constantly doubt himself and then mope about him doubting himself. Which, where's the character progression? Is he ever going to progress as a character? Or is this just the Anduin that we're going to have to get used to? The one that just never believes in anything that he says or does. All in all, the cinematic isn't bad. The cinematic isn't bad. The narrative isn't horrible. I just don't like it. I don't like it. Some people might, and this is the beauty of stories. Not all stories will resonate with all people. So, Pissed Off Walrus, this is the thing that annoys me about your fucking comment. Two people can watch the same thing and have very different experiences when it comes to those things. It's called human nature. Not all stories will resonate with all people. This story, as it exists, does not fucking resonate with me. So saying you're way off, what the fuck are you even talking about? You're talking about a subjective storyline that I don't enjoy. You do enjoy it. That's your fucking problem. I don't care that you're enjoying it. I'm not enjoying it. It's as simple as that. It would be nice if you actually chose to deal with the feeling instead of just moping in them. But that would require actual dialogue and narrative. Seriously, they're following the DC comic playbook, focus on faults at all times. I think they're trying to make it so that he is introspective, but because of poor direction and voice acting, it doesn't come across that way. Griver, how you doing, bro? I relate to Anduin a lot because I struggle a lot with trusting myself or feeling confident in my decisions, and I frequently come off as moping when I'm trying to grasp something that I feel I am not adequate for the task at hand. Griver, and that's fine if that is your take, right? If that is how the story interacts with you, that's great. Different strokes for different folks, right? To me, if I was standing there opposite Anduin and he was moping, I'd laugh at him. I would genuinely start laughing at him. I'd be like, dude, you're a little bitch. Like, what the fuck, man? Just stand the fuck up and face your problems. Don't sit here crying and moping about bullshit. Just face your shit. Because to me, this is cringe. I don't like the expression of bullshit. Just face your shit, right? Just deal with it. It's fine to say that you are doubting yourself, but then do something about it, you know? Like, fix something. But that is my experience and the way that I see the story. I don't expect everyone to see the story the same way. Not at all. But you guys come here for my opinion. If you didn't want my opinion, what the fuck are you doing here? Go watch someone else's opinion that you agree with. But you're here watching my opinion, and I'm not just going to spew off whatever opinion I think you guys would like most. I'm giving you my thoughts. It's up to you whether or not you like my thoughts. I can't make you like it. I can only tell you what I think. All right, so running the risk of pissing off even more people, we have 2 more cinematics to go. So let's see how many subscribers we can lose in 3 cinematics, shall we?
Within this hall, we shared ceremonies, celebrations, and tragedy.
I want to be so clear. I despise Kalia Menethil as a character. I hate everything about Kalia Menethil. Because Kalia Menethil, as far as I'm concerned, was brought in to replace Arthas with a female lead character that I couldn't give 2 fucks about. I couldn't give 2 fucks about this Menethil. She is not Arthas. She's nowhere near as cool as Arthas. The only thing she's done up until now is stand around in Oribos and annoy me. So I have literally no time or interest in this character.
I loved my family. And on one fateful day, I lost them all. Now I am all that remains of the once proud Menethil line. The last heir to a legacy that ended in shame.
We could kill you too, and then just end the Menethil line, considering that they took the best of you, which is your brother, and turned him into anima. So, you know, your death would definitely not be mourned by anyone.
So you ran away from the pain.
Lillian Voss is a cool character, though.
Too. But it was only when I stopped running that I understood. Those people out there, they're my family now.
But will they ever truly accept me, bearing a name forever stained by a brother's sins? Just as these flagstones are stained by my father's blood.
We are all the same here, Kalia. Seeking our place, despite everything we've lost. But it's a long road, and we will need your help.
Then, let us find our place together.
As Forsaken.
But she's not Forsaken, though. Kalia Menethil isn't Forsaken. She's never gonna be Forsaken. Her journey is so different to that of the actual Forsaken. I'm sorry. They're trying to put this, you can listen to the music, you can listen to the words. They're trying to make this some serious, like, sad moment. And it's not sad. I feel no attachment to Kalia Menethil whatsoever. And for good reason. For good reason. There's been no build-up to Kalia Menethil. The most screen time that Kalia Menethil had was in a book. Like, it's in a book. Outside of that, her screen time is non-existent. What have we done with Kalia Menethil that makes you in any way, shape, or form care about Kalia Menethil as a character other than her surname being Menethil? Because literally the most interesting thing about Kalia Menethil is that her brother is Arthas. That's it. That's the most interesting thing about Kalia. Her brother is Arthas. There's no reason to care about this at all. This is, as far as I'm concerned, a wasted cinematic. It is wasted because you're trying to make me care about a character that I just don't. In fact, Lillian Voss should have been the one with the vast majority of voice lines here, because I do actually care about Lillian Voss. I know Lillian Voss as a character. I've had some moments with Lillian Voss. I don't know you, Kalia, nor do I care about you. This area, thanks for the 2 months up. Really appreciate that. 5 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's just... And I'm not saying that Kalia Menethil can't turn into a good character. She absolutely can. But there's going to be a need for a lot more time. I'm going to have to do some quests with Kalia Menethil. I'm going to have to discover who Kalia Menethil is. I'm going to have to see her backstory in a hell of a lot more detail. And only then can you start putting her on the screen in a way that I actually give a fuck about her. Because right now, I genuinely do not. The Forsaken citizens don't even care about her. From what I can tell, the Forsaken could not care less about her. All these cinematics are just moping about. Was this character in the game before? Yeah, as a character that stands in Oribos and says very little. Like, she's had a shit ton of screen time. Every single time you're in Oribos, she is there. But that's kind of the extent to Kalia Menethil. What exactly happened to her after Arthur's lost his shit? What has she been doing, etc.? The Grey, this is the point. This is not revealed to us in the game. This is not really even revealed to us in the books. So it is, you are showing me a character, and the music suggests that I should really care about this. Listen to the music.
I loved my family. And on...
I should care, right? This is sad music. This is music that you need to care. This is so important. Just look at the start of the cinematic. It focuses on Kalia Menethil in the center of the room. So it's so clear that Kalia Menethil is the focus. This is about Kalia Menethil. Okay, but who is Kalia Menethil? Who is this? The brother, like the sister of Arthas? All right, then why the fuck is Arthas not here? Because if the only identifier for this character is that she is the sister of Arthas Menethil, then Arthas Menethil should be standing here, not Kalia Menethil. Because Kalia Menethil only matters because of her brother.
Within this hall, we shared ceremonies, celebration.
Rosebird, I don't deny it. I've read the quest line, and yes, you are correct. The quest line is phenomenal. Actually, I believe that the quest lines for 925 are some of the best quest lines that Blizzard have ever done. Ever. They really do read phenomenally well. So I can imagine playing it would be even better. I have no doubt, and I'm not saying that this is straight up a horrible cinematic. If over the course of the next few months or the next expansion, Blizzard spends more time with Kalia Menethil, develops Kalia Menethil as a character, we might look back on this cinematic and go, God, this is such a good cinematic now that I know this character more. The issue is I don't know this character now, and I don't care about this character at all. That's the issue. And that's sadly the thing that Blizzard seems to, these days at least, get so wrong almost all the time. They seem to really miss the mark on what is good and what isn't good. Is going to ditch this character and move on? I don't know if they'll ditch the character. I don't think they will. I'd be surprised if they do. It's hard to get anything good out of a thing that you don't care about. True, Grand Nagus. I mean, I can't make you care about a character that you have no relationship with. Because why would you? Right? What could you possibly know about this character that would make you care? So yeah, Blizzard just needs to go back to actually giving people a reason to care about the characters in the story. But okay, let's see the Queen's Gift in-game cutscene. I would like to point out before we even start, I still don't trust this bitch on the screen right now. I still believe that the Winter Queen is evil. Just want to throw it out there.
Tyrande Whisperwind, you came to my realm in pursuit of justice.
Why the fuck is she so quiet? Bro, speak up. Why do the Eternal Ones not project? Like, none of the Eternal Ones project. Like, speak into the fucking mic, for the love of God. Let's have, like, the levels way up there. Like, project the room. Lady, you're not even in a hall here. You're standing in the middle of a fucking forest. You're gonna have to speak so everyone hears you. Because there might be people on the other side of the forest that isn't close enough to hear you. So project, like, speak into the mic, please.
Whisperwind, you came to my realm in pursuit of justice.
Volume can't be higher.
Did you find it?
I came here seeking vengeance. But within these groves, and by the light of Elune, I found something I feared lost. Hope.
And thanks to that choice, a sister's bond, once broken, has been mended. This tear was born of sorrow. Now it shall become a vessel of renewal.
Uh-huh.
These souls were saved from the darkness of the maw. Unto them I have offered eternal tranquility.
It's not low in my headset, Tubord. It's low in OBS. That's what's bothering me. I can hear it fine. It's still low. It's not as loud as the previous ones, for example, but it's loud enough that I can hear. The issue is I'm looking at the recording on OBS, and I can see that it's not even touching the yellow lines. So that means it's very fucking low. So Alex is going to have to boost it in post just so the people can actually hear it when they're watching it.
Tranquility in the bowels of Ardenweald. They have chosen instead to become part of a new beginning for their kin.
The fuck? All these wisps charging up a new seed for a world tree, bitch.
This seed embodies the cycle of death and life. I offer it to you to run the Whisper Wind. May it bring your people happiness and peace.
On behalf of all the Kaldori, I thank you.
May it bring your people happiness.
Is it drums or a heartbeat?
And peace.
That's a hot... Dude, what the fuck is in that seed, bro? Dude, I'm telling you, the Winter Queen cannot be trusted. The Winter Queen is a bitch. This world tree, the cycle of life and death, yeah, not good.
On behalf of all the Kaldori, I thank you.
Okay, pretty much, yeah. No, apparently no one gives a fuck about the fact that that was made of people. That all the night elves that were sacrificed and then sent to the Maw, now coming to Ardenweald, is just sacrificed again to become a seed for a new world tree. Now, I guess, you know, because I do think that this is going to grow into a new world tree. It's got all the makings of it. So it's either going to serve to restore Teldrassil, or maybe the Night Elves decide to move their home to Grizzly Hills or some shit like that. They chose to. I assume it's just the regenerate Teldrassil. It is possible. Xiang, thanks for the Prime sub, did really appreciate that. 12 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now we can plant a world tree into the sword and forget it ever existed. I'm more worried about the implications of this tree. Because if I'm correct, if my speculation is correct, this seed is... let's just say it's a bridge between our world and Ardenweald. It gives Ardenweald direct access to the Anima on Azeroth. If I'm correct. This will allow Ardenweald to become the most powerful realm within the Shadowlands. Basically, untapped Anima at will. So that's what I'm thinking it's going to be. I think the Winter Queen is very shady. I think all of the Eternal Ones are incredibly shady. So yeah. It's a seed. You are making way too good a story there, Akko. No, Demago. If this was me writing the story, that's exactly what I would write, right? Manastorm, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nazdarma could use the time in this tree like he did with Nordrassil and give the Night Elves a new capital in time for Dragonflight. So Bradley wouldn't necessarily need Nosdormu. Because again, if we go speculation on top of speculation, my current speculation is that Elune is the culmination of all of the Titans' power. So Elune effectively has the power of time. So Elune blessing this, because it is her tier, basically means that the tree wouldn't need the blessing of the dragonflight. The tree would already be blessed by all of the powers of the dragonflight. Writes better stories than Blizzard. I appreciate the votes of confidence, ladies and gentlemen. But that's sort of getting really deep into the weeds of speculation, which I don't know if Blizzard would ever go that far, if I'm honest. But it would be a cool story nonetheless. And since I don't really allow my speculations to be influenced by what Blizzard will or won't do, I don't care. It's cool. And that's really all I care about. If it's cool, I'll make videos about it. Elune is a manifestation of Titans, like the dragon. So there's two theories right now, especially on Discord. On Discord, there's two theories about who Elune is. So on the one side, we have people that believe that Elune is the result of Titan experiments. So we have quite a few viewers, actually, a few people on Discord that believe that Elune is the result of Titan experiments. Then there are those, like myself, that believe that Elune is, in fact, the first of all Eternal Ones and Titans. Elune was born first. It's why she refers to the Winter Queen as sister, right? Because technically, yes, the Winter Queen is her sister, but it's also why Elune isn't within the Shadowlands, because Elune was made first, and this is why Elune have almost always been a part of every single one of our origin stories. Elune helped the Titans basically order Azeroth. Elune had a hand in the creation of the Emerald Dream. Elune had a hand in the creation of Sholazar Basin, as well as Ungoro Crater. So Elune was almost pivotal in the ordering of Azeroth and in the history of the Titans. So I believe that Elune was the first, sort of made as the first, if you will. I really don't think they'll continue many storylines from Shadowlands. Your idea is nice. I think they're going to move away from SL plots, other than Siren and Athrazim. Manastorm, I don't think so, especially considering 925's plot lines. It seems like Blizzard is absolutely going to keep the established lore of Shadowlands, but most likely not going to have as many callbacks. And by the way, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate. I don't know if I said that, but I really do appreciate you chatting for the first time. But I do think that Blizzard, they're sort of going to be careful. I don't think they're going to throw too much. I genuinely believe they're going to keep the jailer out of their mouths as much as possible. So they'll stick to some of the established stuff, but they're definitely not going to use the jailer. It would be a bold fucking move if they used the jailer, in my opinion at least. I don't know. How many of you fucks want the jailer? Like, how many of you fucks think the jailer would be really cool in Dragonflight? You think the jailer's gonna come back? No, I don't think so. I would kill myself if that's the case. Jailer bot, MK.2. Oh, dude, can we just fucking not? The last thing I need right now is the jailer ever being brought back into this game. Primus was using the jailer. So I have this theory, which I'll probably one day make a video on, but I don't want to make a video on it right now. But I do have a theory that suggests that the actual jailer is the Primus. And that Zuval is actually not the jailer. That the one that we were supposed to be afraid of was actually the Primus, not Zuval. Everything that Zuval did was to try and stop the Primus from basically fucking over the world. And we, by trusting the Primus, basically fucked ourselves. Been saying that shit for 2 years. I'd love to see that video. Hey, maybe I'll get to it, you know? I have a newfound love for making World of Warcraft videos because I think I can make a better story. But, you know, So I have makes too much sense, man. It really does. In the end, it doesn't matter because it were the first ones all along. Dude, we still can't even agree on what the fucking first ones are. So let's not get into that. Because again, on the Discord, by the way, there's two schools of thought around the first ones. Some people believe that the first ones are the Titans and the Titans are the first ones. I hate that idea. The other group, like myself, believe that the first ones we have not made yet. So it really depends. Let's not get into a first one discussion here, because we'd first have to figure out who the fuck the first ones actually are. I want to see something here. I want to see something here because a lot of you have said that Asmongold purchased things from Diablo Immortal. He has a new video out. The video released yesterday, June the 2nd. So let's see.
Should be utterly ashamed of themselves. It is disgusting and shouldn't carry the company name. Obviously, Diablo Immortal is coming out today, and there are a lot of people out there who are, I guess you can say, disappointed with the pay-to-win elements of Diablo Immortal. And so let's go ahead and look at Belluer. Belluer has been a content creator for WoW for years. He's talked about this before. And here we go again. Regarding Diablo Immortal monetization, he just straight up says it. It is disgusting and shouldn't carry the company name.
Can I just ask, what exactly did Asmongold spend money on? And how much money did Asmongold spend? Because Asmongold doesn't like pay-to-win bullshit. So why would he spend money on Diablo Immortal? 347. Oh my god.
Isn't that why it should?
Okay. To prove what point?
I won't go any further, but I mean, you know, like, let's be fucking honest, right? It's another L. Yeah, well, actually, that's not really an argument against, that's an argument for. And so it's a shame the actual developers have done a marvelous job. Well, that's the thing, is that you can always expect pay-to-win games to be good because they have to offset their good gameplay somehow, right? You should probably chill. And I actually, oh my god, thank god. All right, now I want to talk to you guys.
Wait a second. You should probably chill. It's a mobile game. Blizzard is just supposed to be different from literally every mobile game. They all monetize. You don't have to buy it if you don't want to. It's a good game. No need to panic and call it disgusting over money you don't have to spend. Kimberly, suck a dick, you bitch. Oh my god. Okay, Kimberly. It's because of people like you that literally all mobile games do this. It's because of people like you. Well, since everyone's doing it, what, are you expecting Blizzard to just be a good gaming company? Yeah, I actually fucking am, Kimberly. Like, I apologize for not just bowing down to the endless fucking corporate greed that is Blizzard Entertainment and just swallowing whatever the fuck they put in front of me. Kimberly, you're a fucking moron.
Remember what I said before about how it was like a big, what do you call it? It was a big thing where a lot of people have just like slowly been boiled alive. They've been boiled like a frog. And now they're just accepting this kind of bad stuff. Yeah. And they don't even care anymore. It doesn't matter to them as much as it used.
It's not that they don't care, Asmon. It's not that they don't care. It's that they're actively defending it. Look at Kimber Cunt over there. She is actively defending that Blizzard is doing this because it's what all gaming companies do, forehead. It's like, oh my god, dude. Like, all politicians lie. What do you expect? A politician to tell the truth? Yeah, well, fucking be nice for a change. You know? Just because they all lie doesn't make it right. Fuck.
Used to, and I think right now we're seeing that. So let's take a look at it here. Here's Kimberly here. Now, you should probably chill. It's a mobile game. Blizzard is just supposed to be different from literally every other mobile game. They all monetize. You don't have to buy it if you don't want to. It's a good game. No need to panic and call it disgusting over money you don't even have to spend.
I get triggered the whole time by this
These are the people. Everybody said, oh no, that's not what gonna be. That's not what gonna be. Nope, I not do that. But there it is. See, I told you this shit was real. I told you. It's a mobile game. No, what she's doing is she's making an argument to this is normalcy, right? This is a normalcy argument. This is it happens all the time, so it's okay. And
So here's another comment. Dennis Wolf. Now, me and Dennis have disagreements all the time on Twitter about World of Warcraft, mainly because Dennis always stands up for Blizzard and World of Warcraft, and I obviously almost never do. So Dennis's comment, right here, just below Kimbercunt's, is I am almost level 40, and so far not felt the need to buy something at all. No game, be it mobile or PC or console, pushes the pay-to-win elements during the leveling process. The pay-to-win elements almost always comes at max level. Dennis, if you did any research, and by research I mean bother to look at a Reddit post, you would know that the spending requirement comes once you've leveled, moron. Like, as soon as you're max level, that is where Blizzard goes and says, right, bro, let's see how much we can fleece you for.
And you know what? She's not wrong. And that's why all of these other mobile game developers do it, is because as soon as one does it, then they all start doing it. That's the worst part. It's now normal for people. I have been I've realized this was happening about a year ago. And I think that with Lost Ark, I think that's whenever things really kind of went over the edge. And Bellier is going to talk about that in a few minutes. So let's go over and read a few more comments. Oh, this one's about me. Thank God. I'm almost level 40. I've not...
Wait. I find it hilarious that Asmongold, the same person that spent years complaining about a cash shop mounts in WoW, is so openly accepting of the microtransactions and practices of Diablo Immortal. He already said he is going to whale the game. I don't understand it. All right.
Not felt the need to buy something at all. I'll see if that changes, and if it is, I'm gone. But so far, it's absolutely great. We'll see about that. And I find it hilarious that Asmongold, the same person that spent years complaining about a cash shop mounts in WoW, is so openly accepting of microtransactions and practices of Diablo Immortal. He already said that he's going to whale the game. I don't understand it. This is another person who's not happy about this. Deathbird, thank you very much for the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. He said that he's going to whale the game to expose the huge power gap that's created in the game. He accepted this type of disgusting monetization system will be accepted to games until they're regulated and banned legally. At least that's what he wants. Wow. That's actually a really good...
All right. You know what? Fuck all of you for making me doubt who Asmongold was for a second. God, Jesus is back. For a second there, I thought I'm going to have to find a new fucking deity. Jesus. Fuck you, chat. Like, oh my God. My faith has been restored in humanity. Wow. Oh my God, thank you. Asmongold is literally... This is content for him. That's what Asmongold is doing. So... Yeah, fuck you, Chad. Jesus. Nightfay, how you doing? He's been 2K for stupid honing on Lost Ark. He is a millionaire. Well, he's literally doing it to showcase the gaps that is created by it, which is content, by the way. If I had millions of dollars to throw around, I would absolutely test games in exactly the same way. You know who else does this quite often in video games is Lazy Peon. So Lazy Peon will, more often than not, whenever he reviews a game, he'll actually go into the cash shop and he'll buy the things that is pushed on the cash shop so that he can shit on the game for the stuff that they push in the cash shop. Because it's easy to look at an item and be like, I think that's going to be a bad item and it's going to do a lot of bad things. But until you've actually tried it out, it's not easy to make up your mind. So if you have the money... then buy the item so that you can do a proper review of just how, shitty it is.
Good summary of what I think. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Absolutely, yeah, that's good. All right, let's see over here. That's the thing that every sane person knows already. Like, holy shit, it's like saying, I will buy this $10 million watch to prove that it's overpriced. No.
That's not
no,
the
Zappy boy.
Same.
Let me prove you wrong. And I will prove you wrong with this tweet right here. What's going to happen is Dennis is having fun playing the game right now. He says Diablo Immortal is absolutely great.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? he really likes the game. And you know what? He doesn't feel the need to buy something at all, which implies that he doesn't know the way the game works. And if he did know the way the game worked ahead of time, by his logic, and if it does require you to buy something, he's gone, he would have not started playing the game in the first place.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Do you see how this works?
This is why I hate comments like Dennis's comment, because it is simping for World of Warcraft and Blizzard. And Dennis, by the way, is a massive Blizzard simp. It is simping for Blizzard in a way that makes you seem incredibly reasonable until you start actually thinking about what Dennis just wrote there. Because if what you're saying is that a game in which the entire point is to get the best gear the game has to offer, and the only way to get the best gear the game has to offer without farming for more than a decade is to spend money, right? And you're stating that if the game ever pushes me to spend money, I will quit the game. It's like, wait a second, but you're not... What the fuck are you talking about? That's like saying, you know what? I do not like eating meat. And the second this steakhouse pushes eating meat on me, I'm gone. It's like, dude, why the fuck are you even going to a steakhouse in the first place? The whole point of the steakhouse is meat. I don't know what to tell you, but the fact that you're going to see meat there is kind of fucking built into the advertising of the company. Like, your argument, like, you just really wanted to fucking go there, right? It annoys me when people do this. Or you get money from sponsors for playing the game, something like a betting stream. Betting streams is a whole different fucking ball game.
That's why people like reviews. That's what makes sense. Dennis is crying now. Dennis is okay. He's fine. He's playing the game. This is what happened. It's a mobile game. All fine here. Again, man, they're just making excuses for it. They don't care if it wasn't free to play. Would it be worthy of $60? I don't.
All right. I'm going to use one of the most fucked up examples ever, but it will make my point. Tomorrow morning, we all wake up and we find out that a girl was raped and then murdered by a guy, right? So a guy raped and murdered a girl. I tweet out, well, guys, it's a rapist. Fine year. How do you think that would go over? Because technically it's correct, right? The guy who did it is a rapist, so he did nothing that wasn't 100% expected. It was expected. The guy's a rapist. That's what rapists do. So it is fine and dandy. You know, sucks to be her, right? No. No one would say that. No one would be okay with that. Because instead of being a rapist, how about you just not be a fucking rapist? Right? Like, that is what most of us want. How about you're just not a rapist? That is what we want. The issue with comments like this is saying, well, you know, because all mobile games are scumbag pieces of shit games, that makes all scumbag pieces of shit mobile games okay. It's like, no, this is not how it works. Just because everyone is bad doesn't make the bad thing good. The bad thing is still the fucking bad thing. It's still fucking bad. It's just now another company that is doing the bad thing. And the reason I used the fucked up example that I used is because in order to make people understand the stupidity of their comments, you almost always have to go to one of these extreme examples for them to actually realize that, oh, wait, I am a moron.
don't know. Can't even play it because I live in the Netherlands. So I guess we have these laws for a reason. Exactly. And let's see some more of these here. And what's the rest of this? Screenshots of being free to play. And it doesn't matter even if they roll it back a bit. It'll still be ridiculous. I don't know, man. The company name isn't that high regard. The gameplay isn't bad, but having shit thrown in your face every so often about limited time offers after completing something is so predatory. Not to mention after the fact
limited time offers. Like, literally the only thing that is making it limited time is some arbitrary counter that you know isn't really limited time, right? Because tomorrow that limited time offer is going to be available again, right? For a limited time.
Fact of doing rifts will cost you beyond 1 day. Like, Jesus Christ, man. I don't understand the it's a mobile game argument. That shouldn't equate it. There we go. Hey, my man, he follows me. All right. That's
Gas, by the way, follows me as well. Great guy. Love his fucking arguments. So I enjoy Gas.
That's what it is. Yeah, I went to check. Look at that. All right. Didn't WoW do the same thing? Waited years to implement the WoW token? Yeah, you don't immediately do that. What's this here? Defending a mobile game without playing it for 5 hours to hit the pay to win wall? That's what we're going to do. We're going to see what this game is really like, and we're going to decide it for ourselves. And McDonald's shows you a picture of a whole free burger whenever you get a free burger. Only to get the...
So I'm gonna put this entire fucking argument of they need to make money to bed right here, right now. Do gaming companies need to make money? Yes, of course. Do gaming companies want to make a lot of money? Yes, of course. I present to you the most successful free-to-play game in the world, League of Legends. League of Legends is a 100% free game. Its monetization is perhaps some of the best monetization you can get in video games. Why? Because there is nothing pay to win about that game. Champions are bought either with what used to be Riot Points, but I think they've changed it now to a new currency. The Riot Points can be gotten either by purchasing it with your credit card or whatever, right? Or by just playing the game. They release a new champion. Fluxwolf, thanks for the 2 months update. Really appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They release a new champion once a month, once every month and a half or so. A new champion comes out. If you play the game every night, which most League of Legends players do anyways, we're not talking about grinding, we're just talking about people playing normally, it usually takes you between a month to a month and a half to accumulate all of the points necessary in order to buy a new champion. I don't know if that's changed yet, right? But that used to be the case. You could basically just grind it out and you'd be able to buy a new champion at least once a month, once every 2 months. You can buy a new champion. Also, League of Legends is the kind of game where most people have 1 or 2 champions that they play. That's their champions. And they don't really give a fuck about new champions launching unless the new champion plays exactly the way that their old champions play, right? That's how most people play League of Legends. The way League of Legends makes its money, and Riot, by the way, is one of the largest gaming companies in the world. They make billions of dollars. They make it purely off of cosmetics. That's it. Purely cosmetic. Skins, ward skins. There's I'm trying to think now. There's another, like, there's a few types of skins that you can buy effectively for the game. That's how they make most of their fucking money. And it's not as if the skins are stupidly expensive either. There's like crazy cheap skins. The only skins that's really, really expensive, I believe, the $25 to $30 skins will be almost like ultimate skins. These are skins where the voice lines are different. All of the animations are different. All of the spell effects are different. Like, it's almost like a brand new fucking class. At that point, it plays the same as it should play, but everything looks different. So, for example, one of my favorite skins that I own is the Ezreal skin, which is like a robot sort of skin. Like, you turn into this futuristic warrior, and you fly across the map rather than just walking everywhere. When you're traveling, you're just sort of hovering in the air. And there's an actual evolution as you level up. Your suit sort of evolves with you, right? So it's a really cool skin, very expensive, $25 I believe I paid for it. But it's worth the money because it really does change the character significantly. If you're saying companies need to make money, how the fuck is it possible for Riot to make all this money with such a simple business model? And what, no other gaming company can do that? So, in other words, all the other gaming companies have to, what? Do all these extra excessive bullshit to make money? I'm sorry, I don't agree with you or believe that at all.
Bread and anything else you put in $1 for there. Yeah, exactly. Like there's plenty of people that do that for cars too. It's a very common technique. Do you guys not have credit cards? Oh my god, it's banned here in Belgium over gambling laws. Pretty much what kind of trick they're pulling everywhere, honestly. And so then Bellier goes on to say this. It's designed for fools with more money than sense, and to manipulate money out of those who fall for its time is a money loop. Evil bullshit. Yep. The actual loop that's is that of a knockoff NetEase ARPG. Well, I wonder why. And which is hardly a surprise since it's co-development. Yeah, okay, there we go. And so
So just to be clear, the game that this monetization is based off of, the NetEase game, I can't remember the name of the game. The Chinese audience is fucking livid with that game. Like, even the Chinese audience is complaining to NetEase, going, it's a bit much. Like, you've gone a bit far with this monetization. And yet they've gone, well, we'll give you more. This is the new normal, ladies and gentlemen. And if you don't think so, you wait. I guarantee you within the next 2 to 3 years, this is going. So the way I describe this is a decade ago, the gaming industry invented pay to win, right? Pay to win became a really big thing, almost universally hated by the gamers that play video games just because, well, we don't want pay to win. The gaming audience have spent the last decade trying to get back to pay to win because it would be much easier for these gaming companies if they can just put all the powerful stuff on the cash store, on the cash shop, and they don't have to give a fuck about putting it in the game. That is what they want. The issue is the gamers aren't ready yet. So what they're doing is they're preparing us slowly but surely with these pay for access and pay for convenience bullshit until such time that we're ready for pay to win to make its ultimate return. And then you'll get comments from people going, well, actually, you know, at least it's not as bad as Diablo Immortal with its 1,000 different currencies. Here, I just go on the store, I buy my weapon, and I'm powerful. I don't have to upgrade it a million times. It's like, yeah, great. So you're now defending pay to win. I love that. That makes sense. Killua, thanks for the first time chat, by the way. Just want to say, unless you're sub to the channel, you can't actually link videos or content within the channel. If you do want to link something, link it on Discord under content suggestions, and I'll click it there, just so that I can see what it is before I click it.
He's just completely going in on it. Let me see what he says after this. So then, this is what accepting Lost Ark pay to win gets us. This shit is normalized by gamers, and especially streamers for whom whaling is an ROI positive. And so that's what I was like, true. Because you know he's talking about me, right? He's 100% talking about me. It's got, fuck you, McConnell. It's 100% about me. You know it, I know it, everybody fucking knows it. And so I'm excited to see what this is going to be, right? Just to release the Diablo video. I'll look at it in a few minutes.
Oh my god.
Yet people defend Asmon doing it by calling it satire when he's clearly does it because he wants to progress, and this broadcast has tens of thousands of people. Where when people follow suit, this nonsense continues. You put out 200 videos, clip positive Lost Ark because it's good for your algorithm a couple months ago. Well, of course he would do that because he didn't understand the game as much, and the game seemed promising, and I think that it's become less pay to win over time. I actually would make the argument
than a decade. So cat ears, What we're talking about here is specifically not in the arcade sort of arena. We are talking about specifically PC games. And I believe, I'm trying to remember now, the first PC game to ever come out with it. Maybe just over a decade, but it's definitely later than the 2000s. Was the first ever PC game that sort of came with pay to win, like full-blown pay to win shit.
Argument that Lost Ark is less pay to win now than it was before. And I think that will continue to become the case because Legion raids are so punishing and so hard that you cannot spend more money to gain an advantage in them. That's just the truth. With Argus, you could easily spend more money and be able to skip phases and not have to deal with the mechanics. Vaulton, you cannot outgear gravity. That's the facts. You cannot fucking outgear gravity. And that is a good thing. I think it's a really, really good thing. And that's why the prices on a lot of honing materials have gone down.
You put out like 200 videos and clip of positive coverage of Lost Ark because it was good for the algorithm a couple of months ago. Didn't think it was as bad as it was in that regard. Stopped playing as soon as the glass shattered, even when content are doing well. So, Persephone, let me explain something to you. YouTubers, and specifically streamers, but YouTubers in general, are sluts. It's more a case of do as we say and not as we do. Because, yes, we do want to make money. And yes, if the algorithm wants it, we give the algorithm what it wants, you know? You have to feed that beast. It's just how it goes. If you don't, you look like me. A content creator who constantly doesn't go with the flow because I keep railing against whatever the algorithm really fucking wants me to like. And that's not always a good thing. Believe me, that's not always a good thing. You can be very rich if you go with what the algorithm wants. With that being said, and I'm, by the way, not trying to shit on Balila in any way, shape, or form here. With that said, Lost Ark's incredible shitty behavior wasn't actually immediately obvious. It did take a while for people to realize, wait a second, this is actually really fucking bad. Like, this is really bad. And as a result of that, Lost Ark had to change their ways. And I believe actually Balila made videos saying how bad the monetization for Lost Ark is. You get it wrong. 100%. You get it wrong. I went back to some of my old videos. This is actually a little embarrassing, but I went back to some of my old videos. This was prior to the launch of Battle for Azeroth. This was when we just had the beta. And there were videos here on my channel saying, is Battle for Azeroth the next best expansion in World of Warcraft history? This is going to be good. Things like this. And then strewn in between those, there were videos like Azerite armor may actually be very bad. Right? So those were the videos where I was sort of going, it's going to be a good expansion, but that could be a real fucking problem. So we do get it wrong. The true test of a content creator is whether or not they can admit that they got it wrong. Or do they just stick to their guns because this is where the money is now? If you look at the views on my channels, it's clear that I do not stick to my guns ever. As soon as things change, I change my mind. You know, as soon as new information comes out, I go, yeah, okay, fuck this. And then I lose a bunch of subscribers because they still love WoW and they want me to only make positive videos about WoW. And then when I stop making positive videos about WoW because I actually have something that I feel positive about, I lose the people that hate WoW because they only want to see negative videos about WoW. And it's sort of like I never please anyone because I'm always changing based on how I feel at the time.
Down too. Yeah, that's all there is to it. That's what's this here? Hard gameplay doesn't mean pay to win. Oh, it's not pay to win? So like whenever you spend money on a game, I think that one element and one factor of this is how much that money converts into an added success chance for the game.
Johnny, you know it.
And I don't think Vaulton is a...
I should just explain something here. I should just explain something here. I don't change my mind just willy-nilly. I only change my mind whenever either new information comes to light. So I will shit on Blizzard till Kingdom Come. But when Dragonflight got announced and I saw what Blizzard was doing with Dragonflight, what did I do immediately? I went, well, actually, this might be a new Blizzard. They seem to have listened. They really seem to have taken to heart all of the things that we complained about. So I'm willing to give them some rope here. Let's see where this goes. Haven't forgiven them completely, but I'm more than happy to go, okay, I'll watch this play out, right? That's what I mean when I say I'm willing to change my mind on things. I very rarely reach a point where I go, no, fuck that. I'm done. Wins, how you doing, brother?
A numerically hard fight. Like, he doesn't really do a lot of damage. A lot of his
Sandy,
abilities are very easy to avoid. There are very few times where you have to take damage on Vulcan. So the only times that you take damage are whenever you make a mistake. So if you play better, you are going to have no problem killing him at 1445 if you're doing hard mode. You will have literally...
Wait a second. But Lost Ark is not pay to win. It's pay to advance faster. Of course, semantics is subjective opinions of the pay to win concept. You can reach to the same point in game and do the same content like a person pouring thousands of dollars in it. It will take longer, of course, but it's a choice. I'll shut the fuck up about Cassius being a moron. But he is a moron.
Literally no issue at all. It's a low IQ check. No, I'm talking about everybody because I was raid leading.
Best of Walrus? This is, yes, you are correct. With every single World of Warcraft expansion, myself and all other content creators and all players have always gone, this is it. This is the one. They're going to fucking listen out. They're going to do everything. There is one big difference, though. This is the first time ever where Blizzard says they're listening, and what they show seems to prove that they are actually listening. In all previous expansions, Battle for Azeroth, Blizzard said, we listened, we heard what you guys didn't like so much in Legion, so here is the new thing, right? And then they give us more borrowed power systems, more Titan forging, wall forging, more bullshit. Then Shadowlands comes out, and Blizzard go, we're listening. They give us more borrowed power systems, even more RNG and gearing in general. So basically, say one thing, do a whole bunch of other things. Dragonflight is the first time Blizzard is going, we're listening, we heard what you had to say, no more borrowed power systems, no more weird RNG loot systems, just straight up, this is your loot, these are your tier states, go do your thing. So their actions seems to match the words.
The fight, so I know what happened. And this is, I think that's a good thing. Yeah, a lot of the things that if you get killed by something in Vulcan, it is like 99% of the time your fault. Just ignore boss and kill boss dude. Yeah, true. And they just
don't
made
give them money though.
Rewards roster
don't
bound.
give Blizzard money. Just
mats are about the skyrocket.
Be cautiously
yeah,
optimistic.
I saw that. I'm kind of worried about that because I don't want to have to spend a lot more money. And I think that could be a better idea as long as they offset it in another way by adding the materials in differently and making it roster bound. Apparently, until like a year ago, Raid and Dungeon in chest.
Kirill, you're not alone. You're not wrong. And by the way, I have the exact same thing. I still don't have Battle.net installed on my PC. I'm still not subbed to World of Warcraft. I still refuse to give Blizzard any of my money. I am waiting. I'm watching. The more good things they announce, the more happy I get. And I'll keep an eye on it. And when the time comes, I will pre-order the game. But the only reason I'm pre-ordering is because it's kind of my fucking job to play it and then say whether it's good or not, right? If it wasn't my job, I wouldn't buy the game and I wouldn't play it. But since it is my job, I kind of have to pre-order it. But that's literally the only reason I'm doing it. Yeah, I don't have Battle.net installed on my PC.
You used to have to play Blue Crystals like what Immortal is doing now. Why am I not surprised? And so, yeah, I guess that actually kind of makes sense. So there are people that are upset about me doing this, but I do think that I'm doing the right thing. I do think so, and I think that if I don't do it, nobody else will do it, because I think that I am the only person that I can trust to give it a fair shake.
I'm not fucking.
I will show people what it's really like. And I think that's the best way to do it. Doesn't excuse the sheer amount of money the game lets you put in, even if it's pay to win. It doesn't help you out in Legion raids.
Lotus.
That's true, but I would argue that it is less pay to win than it was. Less does not mean
since
not.
a month after the lawsuits
and so yes,
came out.
I'm the arbiter. Well, somebody has to do it.
Feather Patty, thanks for the 10 months up, dude. Really appreciate the 5 months in a row, you bastard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Since like a month after the lawsuit surfaced. So I sort of stuck around after the lawsuits happened. And I made videos calling Blizzard out and sort of shitting on them. And then there was another batch of massive lawsuits that dropped about a month later. Or another batch of information around the lawsuits that dropped. That basically made it irrefutable. So at the start, when the things first came out, I was one of the people, and I will always be one of those people that said, all right, so there's been accusations, no proof yet. So we wait and watch, right? We wait and see. And then proof were provided. And I was like, well, okay, fuck this. I'm out. Like, that was the moment I went, okay, screw this. And now I'm out. There's no point in sticking around with this fucking company. And since then, I've not touched a Blizzard game. Sunbine, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You know what I mean? Let's go ahead and watch this. Holy shit. Bro, we put this shit out yesterday. It's got 400,000 views. Oh my god. Let's actually watch Belliur's video about the topic, okay? I think that's the best idea. Pay to win games make me suicidal. Asmongold saves my life whenever he talks about this shit.
Jesus.
I'm telling you guys. Like, remember what I said. I told you guys, I was like, listen, people are going to continue being okay with it and not caring about it. And there's nothing that you can do about it. You have to make rules against it. Please, all I'm asking for you guys is to listen with this.
Corio, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel.
And I know this is what's going to happen. I know it, and if people don't listen to me, it's just going to get worse. Yeah, I'm proving a point. Yes, I have to do it. I'm going to become a raid boss? I hope so. I mean, it's going to be a lot of money to do that, though. That's the thing.
I would do it, too. If I had the money to just throw around. Now, to be fair, I'm a stingy bastard, so maybe even if I had millions of dollars, I would still not want to do that. But for content, I would probably do it too. I would just buy everything off the store and basically go, right, so it took me a week and I'm best geared in the fucking game. Suck on that, bitches. Whilst everyone else is still fucking struggling to get any gear.
Okay, here we go. Let's watch it.
Including the face detection libraries in Diablo Immortal because it's an at-ease game.
Marlon been seeing this. I loved it.
So this is a real thing.
It was, I think it was.
Wait, what's going on here? Hey, screw that. Ors and Coco waiting. Ooh, you know it. Silver Coppin, Asmongold isn't wailing on Diablo Immortal. Asmongold isn't wailing on Diablo Immortal. Let's just get one thing very clear, because I got debated by this earlier by chat being completely spastic. Asmongold has made the decision to buy into these pay to advance semantics and basically prove that, listen here, if I buy stuff off the cash shop, I will outgear you every single fucking time. Like, the amount of work that I need to put in is basically nothing, right? So he's basically making this now a point to prove that, look, pay to win is bullshit. Because it is pay to win. It's literally what I'm doing. I'm winning when I spend money.
It was Marlon who saw this. Is like, what are these?
Yeah, but I mean, there's at least a reason for it, right?
What do they do?
It would be the equivalent of being a newspaper, journalist and going out and buying some new drug. Are you technically buying a new drug? Yes, of course you are, right? But you're buying the drug so that you can take it back to the lab and test whether or not, what is in this fucking drug. There is a difference, right? Between the person who's buying it so they can taste it so they can warn people about it, and the person that's buying the drug so they can shoot it up their dick. There's a whole different, there's a massive difference between it. This is what I do. It's why I buy coke and hookers. I am just tasting the cocaine to make sure that it's good, right? So other people don't buy bad cocaine. And I buy the hookers to make sure their services are up to par. It's a service that I am providing the people. It's not the same as you fucks doing it just for funsies.
Doing in a mobile game.
Yeah.
And everyone's
It's an
like,
old clip.
oh, you sweet summer child.
No, it's from yesterday.
These are here for a very interesting reason that you probably shouldn't look into.
Yeah, this is not going to be popular with Western gamers.
Oh my Jesus! Are you serious?
Apparently it is.
Johnny, thank you. It's a hard one.
Yeah, people don't care.
There just is
Yeah.
It's a hard one.
Used or not.
I think in no way will I really don't think any of these libraries will be used in the West.
They won't. They won't.
It's just not going to be a thing. It is there for compliance reasons.
Yeah.
In China.
Yeah, netties don't want to do this if they don't have to.
Yeah.
But Chinese government tells them to.
Well, so before we get into that, I guess the basics are 2nd of June is when Immortal comes in.
I want to ask you, how long before the West starts asking for companies to do facial recognition and shit like this as well? To basically track what people are doing in video games and how long they're doing it for? Like, how long?
Out, including
there
on
it is.
PC.
That's today.
Wyatt Cheng recently did
Don't you guys
a
have phones?
interview. He said, I do believe it's going to change a lot of people.
And Omi, I thank you for the poverty that you keep me in. I really appreciate it. You guys have no idea. What do you mean, how long? It's already happening. I don't think my webcam is monitoring what I'm doing while playing video games. And it can't actually. Like, my webcam comes with this really cool thing that I use all the time. Like, literally after every stream. It's this thing. See this? It pops right on top of the webcam, right? And makes it so that you can't see jack shit as soon as it's on there. It literally came with it. Because I don't trust that webcam. Actually, the reason I have this is because a lot of the time you accidentally start up your stream and then your viewers are just watching you fucking hang out. So at least with this, it's not an issue.
People's minds on what
Dargo, how
they
you
think
doing,
of
brother?
as a mobile game. That was one.
All right, that's what he says. That's what he says. All right, okay.
One of our goals since the beginning. Let's elevate the standards for what people expect from a mobile game. Just
Wait, who the fuck said this? In a recent interview with the Washington Post? Wyatt, cunt, do you guys not have phones? Fucking Chan, you bastard. So he says, and listen to this, people. I do believe Diablo Immortal is going to change a lot of people's minds on what they think of as a mobile game. That was one of our goals since the beginning. Let's elevate the standards for what people can expect from a mobile game. Dude, you are so fucking right. It's on the money. You have indeed elevated our standards for what people expect from a mobile game, insofar as we never thought you could stoop this low, and we never thought that you could actually elevate our opinions of things like Raid Shadow Legends. After Diablo Immortal, I'm looking at Raid Shadow Legends and thinking, what a good game. I'm willing to email them right now and say, oh, you know that sponsorship you wanted to give me a couple of months ago? I'll take it. You guys are actually not the fucking scumbags. Like, who knew?
Just because
way
it's on a
this
small
video.
device
I'll walk
screen
out
doesn't
after
mean
this.
it's a small project. The team and effort and resources are just as large for Immortal as they've been for Diablo 3 and 4.
The team and effort and resources. Dude, there is no way you're telling me that Diablo Immortal, with its graphics and gameplay, has as large of a team as Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 without all of those fucking pay-to-win elements. Like, half of their team spent all of their time implementing fucking pay-to-win elements.
Yeah.
That sucks to hear, really. I mean,
AMS, I don't accept any sponsorships from mobile games ever. I don't expect any sponsorships from NFT games ever. And I don't, in general, accept sponsorships from any companies whatsoever. So for me to accept the sponsorship, I first have to use the product and then decide whether or not I like the product. And if I like the product, then I will accept a sponsorship from the product. I hate mobile games with everything, with every literal being or fiber of my being. I despise mobile games. So I can't accept a sponsorship from a mobile game company, even though they pay better than almost every other sponsorship outside of NFTs. So the largest sponsorship offers I've ever had was for Raid Shadow Legends, where I got offered $1,500 for a 45-second video. They just wanted 45 seconds of one of my videos, and they would have paid me $1,500 for it. 2 videos in 1 month. Yeah, they wanted basically 2 videos in 1 month for $1,500 a month, so $750 a video. And then the largest one I ever got was for an NFT game that they wanted to pay me $5,000 for just one video. One video, just 45 seconds, $5,000. And I was like, no thanks. It's fine.
It sucks to hear that like a pay-to-win game is getting the same level of attention from Blizzard
I won't ever.
that Diablo 4 is. Yeah, that's sad. That's actually, that's depressing. Straight up fucking sad.
I view sponsorships, especially for streamers, I view them as endorsements. So if I take a sponsorship, I believe that my audience will see it as Akalon signs off on this, so it is a good thing. Whether or not you actually look at me like that, because if you do think that everything I do is a good thing, you're a fucking moron. But if you do that's how I see it. And I can't endorse something that I fucking hate, even though it might be good money. I'd rather than take the L, not take the money and at least know that my principles are safe. Because I can't sit here and say that mobile games are a fucking cancer and then literally tomorrow I go, so guys, check out Raid Shadow Legends. Click the link in the description down below. If you download there, you will be supporting the channel. Peace out, fam. Say, what the fuck? No.
That's a thing.
Chunky.
That's the thing where I think that if they'd said this before Genshin launched, people would have called them fucking stupid. What do you mean?
So this guy agrees with me. The Genshin was the fucking turning point.
It's a mobile game,
yeah.
Dumbass. But then I was like, wait, actually, shit.
Oh yeah, Genshin.
Yeah, Genshin's bigger and better than a lot of AAA open world games, and it's on fuck. Okay.
Well, it's not only is it on mobile, but it has it's cross-platform.
Is a mobile game,
and most importantly, it's pay to win. It's a pay to win game.
Yeah, I've never played Genshin Impact, but I didn't think it was mobile, just based on how successful it was.
Your other devices, right? So
yeah, I mean, obviously, Genshin's definitely, as Jeff was saying, is an exception so far. But everything that's the first past the post is going to be an exception.
Yep.
But then you see, Miho, you're working on other games, it'll be the same formula. Honkai Star Rail.
Do anyone actually think that Diablo Immortal is a new level for mobile games, though? Is there anyone that actually looks at Diablo Immortal, look at the graphics, look at the gameplay? Is it a next level mobile game? I don't think anything about that is new. I mean, I've seen many of those things before. Agario, thanks for the first time chat. Did really appreciate it. A new low. That I can agree with. So it is new in some ways, but it sounds like it's a new level for Blizzard. A new level of low, maybe. Just a remastered. It's a new low for microtransactions. It may be actually a new level of scumbaggery. That is true. We'd love to play the story for the story's sake. Just a random game. It looks like a mobile game. It plays like a mobile game. The only reason anyone would ever say we're going to take mobile games to the next level is if the last mobile game that they played was 10 years ago. Like Snake or some shit. Because mobile games these days, at least from what I've seen, actually plays really well. They figure out the controls for the most part. They figured out the graphics. They can make it look really good. The only thing I hate about mobile games is the monetization of it. And the fact that I still don't understand why anyone would choose to play on this little of a fucking screen when you can play on a big screen. Lunavara, how you doing? Imagine if the phone game Snake was a pay-to-win. Dude, that game. Do you have any idea how many hours I spent of my life playing Snake? Oh my lord, what a game that was. What a game that was. I remember, like, literally in last year of high school, because that's when I got a mobile phone for the first time. Me and like 4 of my friends would spend every single free period as well as break, because we had in your matric year, so your final year of school, you basically have very little school. So we would usually have like 2 or 3 free periods, and then you have normal break, which is half an hour at 10, and then you have a 15-minute break at 12. So we would spend every moment just fucking playing Snake, dude, seeing how long you can get that Snake.
And Zenless.
The kids today don't know. There are many kids in the stream right now that listening to us going, "What's Snake? What exactly is that?" You don't know what you don't know.
So Zenless Zone Zero.
Yeah, that's the new one.
Oh, there's another game. Fuck, what was it? Basically, there's a bunch of mobile games that feel better than AAA in a bunch of ways.
Snake 1, Flaming Strike, 3310, bro.
Quality overall.
Luna, what did you try to fucking link? What did you try to link? You know already that you can't link stuff. Why are you linking stuff? If you want to link something, link it to me on Discord.
Genshin's just the flag post one.
Yeah,
the game field matters a lot.
I don't remember the fruit Gunther game.
For free, but obviously.
But yeah, the Nokia 3310.
Now, let's talk about these face detector and tracking libraries. So,
what
in the communist China is going on with Diablo Immortal's highlighted binaries? Why does the game need computer vision / facial detection libraries? Is this something NetEase utilizes in other games? This is a bit yikes, or am I overreacting a little?
Oh my god.
And I would say not an overreaction. Certainly raises eyebrows if you've not seen it before. And just for some...
Dude, fuck China, man. Like, China is such a horrible place. Like, actually, I shouldn't say horrible place, because I love the people from China. I despise their government. Like, oh my god, dude. Am I so glad that, at least for now, we don't have governments like this. At least for now. Like, Jesus, fuck, dude. Luna, there's no way that you remember Snake. You're like, what, 18? You weren't even born when Snake was a thing.
Some of the proof here.
Holy shit, look at that.
Facialanalyzer.dll, landmarktracker.dll, and
look at that
as well.
Open computer vision stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's for.
Wow.
So, why are these things? Well,
so
number
China.
one, the worry is, of course, privacy.
Yeah.
Just Marleman saying.
Yeah, of course. People don't want to have to deal with that.
Here. Not only should this be disabled
a lot of phones
on the
in the
2000s,
2000s.
These libraries should just be entirely removed.
Elliot, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you.
Don't make that a reality.
I'm trying to remember now. I had Snake on my 3310. I then had Snake on my 6210, which was the first phone with a blue screen. Elliot, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Like, it's still black and white, but it was blue background, which was like a massive step up, right, from the green one that all of the other phones had. And then I think the phone that I got right after that was Samsung. Yeah, it was like a weird Samsung phone that would... This was during the flip phone era, but this one wouldn't flip open like this. It would flip open like this. Like, you literally slid it. It would spin around like this. That was the flip of it. So I had that. I'm trying to remember if that was also... I think that was the first color screens. And then the next phone after that was the Samsung Galaxy 1, I think.
Yep. Now, you still might be...
See, here's what the problem is like, for every Martin, look how many people responded to Martin's tweet. It got 20 likes and 2 replies. Nobody really gives a fuck about this. Because people, this is the thing, people will resist for like a temporary period of time, and then they'll go back and they'll be like, you know what, it's not that bad, I'm going to let it happen anyway.
Oh, I did have a BlackBerry. Fastmark, you're, oh my God, yes. I completely forgot about the BlackBerry. Of course I had a BlackBerry, you know, but that was years ago. Jesus. I have you subbed for 2 months. I appreciate that, Lotus. Thank you so much for giving me your money. I will not be using it wisely, but I thank you nonetheless. There are not, Asmongold is not wrong here. Most people just want to get on with their lives. Most people don't sit and dream up evil crap. Most people don't sit and dream up changing the world. For most people, they want to go to work, get home, relax with a beer in front of the TV or whatever the fuck it is that you do, play some video games or whatever. They don't want to change the world, right? And so, yes, we're screaming and yelling about Diablo Immortal doing this. In a few months from now, no one is screaming and yelling anymore. Because, well, we move on and we do whatever the fuck we want to do in the first place because we're busy. And one has to wonder, and I realize this is a bit more philosophical, but there is a part of me that sort of wonders, is this by design? Is the life or the lives we lead right now, was the system designed in such a way to basically get us to a point where we become more agreeable? Even if we sort of rally against it in the beginning. So I'll give you guys a good example. The Constitution of South Africa guarantees the same way that the American Constitution does gun rights, right? And this, by the way, is not an argument for or against guns. I couldn't give two fucks. I don't live in America, so it's not my circus, not my monkeys. But it also guarantees gun rights. You can have as many guns as you want according to the Constitution. In 1996, 1997, the acting government then started to change the Constitution through gun control. At first, it was really small changes. Like, seriously, I guess you could say changes that really didn't matter to anyone. But people still made noise. You know, there were still people that was quite upset about the changes and really didn't want it. But eventually, everyone just quieted down, and now everyone just follows the rules because those are the rules. Then more changes came. Then eventually, they banned all automatic weapons. Now they've banned all semi-automatic weapons. This was a few years ago. Again, every single time people make noise, but people eventually accepted it. Now they've moved to a new system, which basically gives you can have one gun for self-defense. And if you can prove that you're a hunter, you can have as many guns as you want as long as it's hunting rifles. Which again, you know, people made a lot of noise, but again, people quieted down and eventually just stopped caring. Now the police minister have gone to the constitutional court to try and get guns banned in South Africa. And luckily, the constitutional court went, no, you can't ban guns. What are you talking about? It's in the Constitution that they can have guns. But he wanted to ban all guns now, whether it's hunting or self-defense, doesn't really matter. It's small incremental changes. If you go back and you look at what guns were allowed before the government started tinkering with the laws, it's like you've lost 95% of all your rights and no one screams about it. And this is in a country, by the way, with a very similar culture than that of the US. People love their guns here. People love shooting. People love hunting. It's a massive sport. Guns is a huge sport in South Africa. And yet, people no longer make noise. That it's almost impossible to get a gun because most people just want to get on with their lives. They just want to lead their lives, and they will choose the path of least resistance. So if they have to give up something, they'll give it up. In this case, if they have to give up privacy, they will eventually give up privacy. That's just how humans are.
You know, it's okay.
And again, want to be clear here, I don't have, like, I have my opinions on guns and the whole gun debate, but it's not an opinion that I care to share with anyone. Like, I'm not a political guy. I don't care about politics. There are some times where I'll get a little bit political about stuff, and then I usually lose interest very quickly afterwards. So I really don't have an opinion. I don't live in the US. It's not my home. I don't think it's my place to say anything. It's as simple as that. Because whatever my opinion is, it's not going to affect me if they do what I said they should do, right? I'm not the one that has to live with it. It's you guys. You do your thing. It's got fuck all to do with me. I have a very clear example of how they've made us agreeable by taking away our self-responsibility, though they offer a mirage similar to it. What's that example? You don't need a semi-automatic or automatic if you're hunting. If you do, hunting isn't for you. The Daunting Asian, there's different reasons why people use those guns, but I'm not going to get into it. It's not for hunting. Those are usually for sport, and they're a lot of fun. Believe me, I've shot many an automatic and semi-automatic. There's nothing more exhilarating, more fun than target practice with those things.
Why are these there? Well, number one, he's right. They should not be in the global release.
No, they should not.
So stupid. It opens them up to so much criticism they don't need to deal with.
It's unnecessary.
The reason why it's there is because of the draconian rules around.
A Diablo dev replied to Martin's tweet saying it got scrapped.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true? Yeah, is that actually true? That happened?
Participation in video games that exist in China.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, good.
There are age and time restrictions that basically the government really started to heavily clamp down on, to the point of requiring facial authentication.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you guys seriously gonna fucking drag me into this debate now? Are we gonna have this fucking debate now? Because I see stupid things being written that I feel like I have to fucking discuss. And I would like not to discuss this. Religion replacing spirituality in all cultures. They replaced the multi-god system with spirituality, where we asked for aid in our task with a single god who we blame or thank for doing everything for us when we did it ourselves. To some extent, yes, but I would argue there's more to it, but I do agree with your premise, Luna. Yeah, let's just leave it. I'm not getting into the gun debate. You guys aren't fucking dragging me into it. I'm out. I'm not having this fucking discussion about guns. Feel about guns however the fuck you want. Like, that's all I'm gonna say here. Just do whatever the fuck you need to do with your gun, as long as you don't tell me about it.
The government of China, like, so, actually has like 1984
basically
shit like
use
that.
your government Face ID to play your game.
Yeah,
yep.
So if you just do a little, if
China, like, it's some fucking
facial
1984 shit.
NetEase, the first thing you get is NetEase Games Explorers, and this is literally from tomorrow because it's the 20th of May in Hong Kong.
You know what I think? I'm gonna put this entire debate to rest. I think every human being on the planet should get a tank, a nuke, and a bazooka. And that's it. Now everyone has all the fucking guns they need, and we can basically do whatever the fuck we want. Let's bring about some real fun, because that would be fucking fun.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But this is from tomorrow. NetEase Games explores face recognition functions to build a line of defense for underage network protection. As the scale of underage internet users continues to grow, the issue of network security has once become the focus of attention from all walks of life. As one of the earliest domestic manufacturers to implement
that's
an
interesting.
anti-addiction system.
Okay.
That sounds good. Anti-addiction system.
The fucking Chinese government scares the shit out of me.
Games has always attached great importance to the protection of underage
libraries
cybersecurity.
are still there. Okay.
Recently, they've actively explored the facial recognition verification function based on
to make sure kids aren't on the phone,
and connected it to the juvenile protection system. Which means this is intended for all of those people in China playing Diablo Immortal. This is whenever they turn.
Vortex, what are you talking about? There's no such place as China. No, not China. Australia. Australia doesn't exist. Everyone knows it. It's just a bunch of actors somewhere in America pretending to be Australian. But Australia is not a real place. So what are you going to nuke? Part of America where a bunch of actors are pretending to be Australian? It's not going to work, bro. Think.
And that on is intended to look at your face and go,
are you a kid or
your face
not?
belongs to the ID of someone who's 15. You're not allowed to play at this time of day. Goodbye.
Yeah.
That is nuts, bro. Holy shit, that's nuts. That's creepy? Yeah. Here's the dev response. If you link it to my mods, they can link it in chat. That's nuts. That's China? Yeah.
So basically it's compliance in China. That's the situation.
That's nuts.
It does mean
what makes
that
sense
it's
though.
not going to be overtly used in the West or anything like
No,
that.
Yeah.
But I think they really need to remove that shit from the non-Chinese client ASAP. I suppose it's probably the case.
It's a matter of
Doesn't
trust,
have
I
a
think.
China-specific client.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it does, because maybe there's other things they need to change. I know, like,
You'd hope so, right?
they're not super into, like, bones and skeletons over there, like as seen in World of Warcraft. And
that's
this
a
is
good
a Diablo
point,
game, so
yeah.
surely then there would be a Chinese.
There would be a separate
version
client.
of the game.
That actually
in which
makes
case,
sense
why are these
logically.
There
Yeah.
almost
global release?
definitely would
I
be a
don't know.
separate
Because
client.
Because Nettie sent over the final build and Blizzard went, yeah, okay, go. Sweet.
Yeah, probably.
I got it. Thanks to Tilly.
Now, another thing here. Lots of servers. There's all the servers. It's a lot of fucking...
So
a lot
Adam,
of
who's like
servers.
one of the devs on Diablo, responded to this guy. He was the one, Martin, who brought up this topic, and he said this. This was a few days ago. He said, so I went to check on this. We were once working on a feature allowed your character to mimic your facial motions and expressions, but we depreciated that as soon as we thought the feature did not meet our quality standards.
Bullshit. What are you talking about? We were once working on a feature allowed... a feature allowed your character to mimic your on a top-down isometric view. So my character will do what my face is doing, but I can't actually see my character's face. Even though when most people play video games, your face is like this. So my character is going to look completely uninterested for the whole fucking time I'm playing it. That makes sense, right? Yes, that's exactly why you were doing it. It had nothing to do with the Chinese government. It was just like you guys were just really trying to make something really cool, you know, in a game that has nothing to do with player choice or even with your character being in the game. You really wanted people to feel like they have control over their character with their faces. Sure, yeah, because that's what all gamers dream about.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
It's bullshit.
I mean, they should probably take it out. Like, yeah, I mean, then they just take it out, and that way, like, people will trust you. The thing is, like, what?
They said,
say what?
Right? That's not what they said. He said it didn't meet their quality standards, right?
Yeah.
It's not that the whole fucking thing is weird and creepy and it fucking violates some serious privacy things or trust issues. No, it just didn't meet the quality standard that they were aiming for. Like,
yeah,
dude, Blizzard trying so hard to suck that Chinese government cock, bro. They're like, oh, we know what we'll do. We'll know what we'll do. We won't tell them that this is facial recognition. We'll tell them that the game recognizes your face and then makes your character do your face things. We'll hide it. It'll be sneaky. They'll think, oh, I'm just playing a game. Meanwhile, the game's really playing you.
It was only 1983, not 1984.
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
I don't think so. I think that Adam he's not a PR guy. He's not like this. Like I don't think that you can read into what he's saying as much, right? This is a guy who's a developer for well, I guess he is a community lead, so like that's kind of I thought he was a developer. I know he's community lead, so that is a little bit different. But like in my opinion, I think it's a cool idea to have the character be able to mimic your facial expressions and stuff like that. That's a cool idea. The problem is not that it exists. The problem is that it exists without the option to turn it off. You see what I'm saying? So like some people could like that idea. For example, I know there's people that there are a lot of games where you can submit a picture of yourself and then it tries to make the character look like the picture of you. So yeah,
I would never do that.
I think that's what people did.
I would never do that. I have never had the fantasy to play an overweight middle-aged man in a video game. Why the fuck would I submit my picture and be like, yeah, I want my hero that saves the world to look like me? Because if you built a hero that looks like me, it would be the slowest hero you could possibly get, run for 20 seconds, and then have to rest for 2 minutes. What the fuck would that game be like? It would be a horrible game to fucking play. Like, no. I think it's the act of a narcissist that wants to put their own face in a video game. Jesus.
But I don't know if we can really, like, dissect this and say, like, oh, that's actually what they meant. Because I don't think that...
Like, I would upload my picture to make the character look like me, then choose ninja, and the game would be, bro, you serious? Choose again. That's it. It would just be like certain classes are just not playable to me because, well, fuck it. Clearly, you're not a ninja, right?
This is a fundamentally malicious thing.
Yeah, pretty much 2-hour race.
What?
I don't think that it's fundamentally malicious to have
true.
a feature in the game that allows the character to mimic your facial expressions. I don't think that's fundamentally malicious. It's not. It can be used
I don't
maliciously.
think that's a feature.
Of course it can. But it is not fundamentally malicious. No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not. I mean, like...
Asmon, I would agree with you in any game which that actually matters. So if this was a game like Detroit Become Human or Red Dead Redemption, Mass Effect, something where the character's facial features is important and you often see it, I would agree with you. Why not? In a game like Diablo, where you get an isometric view of your character, top down, not necessarily the most detailed, nor is the character's reactions to anything important in the game at all, because your character doesn't have a voice. Your character never speaks. There's no option to speak. Your character just listens and then does. What is the point of that feature? What would be the coolness of that feature? Why? Why? The feature serves no purpose in the game. If it was a different genre and a different type of game, you and I would absolutely agree that it could be a cool feature. I do not understand why that would be a cool feature.
It's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Like, sure. But, like, wait a second. CCP... Oh, my God. You don't know the true intent? Neither do you. Neither do you. Listen, I think that you can make an argument that we don't want it in the game. It's not something that players are comfortable with, and it's bad. Mm-hmm. But I think that not wanting it in the game is different than saying that, like, it sucks and you were actually trying to do it for some other reason. You're right. It's two separate usages of it. Yeah, it's two completely separate usages. I
don't think Asmongold is misguided, though. I think Asmongold is giving Blizzard the benefit of the doubt. Because technically Asmongold isn't wrong. We have all jumped to the worst possible conclusion for Blizzard making this, saying that they're lying about what the feature was that they wanted to put in the game, and that it was actually just to give the Chinese government all of the information. Asmongold is saying, well, it could just be that this was the feature and it just didn't work. Now, someone in his chat went, you don't know their true intentions. And Asmongold said, but neither do you. And he is correct. Because we are both, us and Asmongold, speculating on what we think the ultimate feature would be. We're just going at it two different ways. Asmon is going from give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they weren't trying to be scumbags. We're going from, of course they were scumbags. It just depends on to what degree were they scumbags.
It's nuts, man. Facial ID isn't the same as facial mimic. I have no idea. There's another answer from Adam. John Zena would like to have a talk with you. Okay, sure. All right, guys. That facial data would 10,000% be sold for cash. That's the main reason behind the feature. I find that to be a very large stretch in logic. I do. I'm going to be honest, guys. I think that's a very, very large stretch in logic.
What is?
That's a lot of servers. I am so fucking tired of servers in my games.
Yeah.
I hate having to make a decision which server to go on.
Thank you.
Makes sense in World of Warcraft for like economy stuff and like small scale MMOs and all that for like community stuff. But I'm so used to playing games. It's like, no, I log in and I play the game, and I get matched with people who play the game, and I play with my friends no matter what happens.
True.
And restrictions of servers feel so old fashioned.
It is old fashioned. Servers are so fucking.
It's all
decades old.
I mean, I wish there were no servers as well. I think servers are not useful. I find how people overreact when the game's using your camera in the app, but they have smartphones with face scanners built in, which do pictures every few seconds. Well, yeah, it's I just find this to be a overly paranoid, illogical conclusion. I do. I find it to be overly paranoid and illogical.
I don't agree with that.
It's not that I'm not saying that it's not true. Of course it could be true. I'm saying there's not any evidence for it to be true.
I would say, to this specific point that Aspen is making, the reasonable or the nature of the argument, or how reasonable our approach or our argument is, would have to be weighed against the subjects in the argument, which is the Chinese fucking government. Now, when it comes to the Chinese government, do you think that it is reasonable that they would want programs that monitor whose face is playing the game? Yes. So it is reasonable to think that the Chinese government would do this. Do we think that it is reasonable that Blizzard would bend over backwards to let the Chinese government stick their dick into the game? Yes, we would think that's reasonable. So the argument or the conclusion is not wholly illogical. It is, in fact, extremely reasonable to believe that this is what China would do, and that a game that is literally designed by a company that is owned, in part at least, by the Chinese government, insofar as if you don't do what the Chinese government says, you can't exist, it is reasonable to jump to those conclusions. Are those conclusions automatically correct? Of course not, because we don't actually know. But the conclusion is logical.
Read your phone, TOS. Okay, then it's with the phone. Agreed, it's very conspiratorial. I think that this is kind of like what happens, right? Is that people don't like China, and they think that China doing something is like fundamentally bad, so they will always try to derive some form of like evil out of it, even if something can just be objectively not. It can just.
But Asmund, the Chinese government already does this. That's not a conspiracy theory. We're not Alex Jones by saying that the Chinese government monitors people's phones whenever they play video games. This is already law within China. If you're below a certain age, your camera must be switched on whilst playing video games because the government monitors how many hours you spend playing video games per week. This is already confirmed. We know that the Chinese government does this. So there's no conspiracy here. The argument is, did Blizzard do this to appease the Chinese government? Or was it, in fact, just a feature that they wanted to put in the game to make it cool? That's the argument here. The argument isn't whether or not China would do this. China does this. That's confirmed. We're just arguing whether or not Blizzard played along with it to make China's gross disrespect for privacy just a cool feature in the video game.
It's not be a big deal, right? And that's literally it. And so, yeah, long live our glorious supreme leader, Asmik. Okay, guys. Oh my God, that's not even a.
Varian, but this is exactly what people are saying. People, no one here is saying that these things are going to happen in the US or in the EU. The problem that Balila and Matt have is that these files that clearly come from the Chinese client or done for China is still present within the EU client. So why are these facial detection libraries still present within the EU model. And it doesn't actually change, because according to them, it was something that they tried and then removed from the game. Well, then why are those files and libraries still in the fucking game files? Remove them. They shouldn't be there. You're not going to use the feature, right? So just remove them. It's as simple as that. They shouldn't be there because, well, you're not going to use them.
About that, oh my god.
I think facial recognition, that kind of technology is a good example, in my opinion, of just because you can do something doesn't mean you should.
Do you think people should have the right to do it if they want to?
Fuck no.
So you think the government should make it illegal to have any facial recognition software?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. I think...
This is an example. This is a prime example of someone saying exactly the right thing and then veering off so far into the what the fuck world that I can't follow. Because do I agree that facial recognition is a blight? Because almost all companies use it to gather information on you. Yes. Do I think it should be available as a choice? Yes. It's your life. You can choose. If you don't want facial recognition, you should be able to turn it off. If you do want it, you should be able to use it. I can't follow an argument that goes, yes, the government should absolutely ban it. Like that's where you lose me. It's where I go, okay, no, I don't agree with that. People should have the choice whether or not they want to use something.
That's a fair point to have. That's a fair perspective to have. And like you're right. I think that there are a lot of people that the truth is that they feel like if you open the door, somebody else will eventually come through that door who is going to use it in a malicious way. And to be fair, I think you can make a strong argument that every single other thing like that has happened in the past. And sure, I will accept that. Okay, that's fine. But I still don't think that that means that every person that develops something that has or uses facial recognition software is using it for a malicious means. I think there are probably some people that use it just because they think it's cool. They want it to make the game better. And I'm not going to say that every person that uses it, every company that implements it into a game is actually malicious.
Choice has to be informed, also requires an informed and intelligent public. And since we don't have an informed and intelligent public, there can actually be no informed consent. And I don't mean that as facetious, I mean that literal. I think that the vast majority of human beings on the planet are no longer anywhere near smart enough or has the ability to think critically about things for them to be informed about fucking anything.
I find that to be unreasonable, although I can respect and I can probably agree. I have to think about it a lot, right? But I can probably agree that facial recognition software is not a consumer-friendly practice. Does that make sense?
It really isn't a consumer-friendly practice.
Yeah, without telling you about it? Well, I think that they have to. I'm not sure if it does or not. Just because it can be used for nefarious means, does that mean it should not be allowed? Yes, but if something can be used for nefarious means in a way that makes people uncomfortable, then people have the right to, petition to have it be disallowed. Are you sponsored? No.
Servers?
Oh, by the way, I'm not sponsored. I haven't taken any money from Blizzard. I think I've talked to like a couple of the guys on the Diablo team. Every relationship and every interaction I've had with the Diablo.
I love how Asmongold's chat immediately goes for, oh my god, he's sponsored. He's just simping for the game. It's like, wait, he's not immediately negative about Blizzard? Fucking sponsored.
Diablo team with Blizzard has been overwhelmingly positive and really good. And so I have nothing bad to say about them, but I do, I want to go at the game. Like, do you really think that I would be watching a video like this about Diablo Immortal if I was being sponsored? They'd be so upset. You just watched a video about how the government uses video games for their schemes, dude. You're referencing a CIA document that was never implemented. Yeah, you're referencing that, and also, like,
or was it?
Here's what I find to be illogical, is that if the government is going to compel and use these companies to use these facial recognition softwares, how do you know they're not doing it already? Because I would argue that if they're doing it in such a cynical way, it would already be happening.
I think it is already happening. If I'm going to be very honest with you, I just think that it's not happening with anyone's consent. I do believe that the CIA and the military does a lot of things that we don't know about. And they do it because they can. They hide it in plain sight where no one actually sees it. But I do think they do a lot of things that we would never know about. Things that, yeah, it's not passed into law, so no one even thinks that it's happening. But, yeah.
With a whole
Yeah,
bunch
they
of hardware
are. So
connected.
then who cares about
So I don't
Diablo
know if
Immortal?
This is like specifically anything interesting to...
Okay, so then who cares
like
about Diablo
any
Immortal?
functionality? Because I don't
Then
know
we're
what the
right back where
functionalities
we're at.
are. I don't think they've talked about what specific server functionality is. I know they have like the world level stuff, but I don't know if that's based on server or whatnot.
Yeah.
But if there's no like cross server functionality or moving servers, then I'd be very concerned.
China got
about
to you, bro.
making the right choice, which seems bad to new users, but that was just me immediately being like, I'm old and I'm angry at this.
I think perhaps one thing we can take away, though,
yeah,
probably expecting a lot.
You want to know what will set the Asmongold's chat off in the weirdest possible way? And I wish Asmongold would do this just for a troll. Like, not actually for a troll, but it would be so fucking cool if it happened. If Asmongold, like, in a week or so, like, announces that he's got a new girlfriend and his girlfriend is Chinese, dude, like, Asmongold's chat would just immediately be like, oh my god, it all makes sense now. Like, there's gonna be an element of his chat just like, yeah, 100% Asmongold is part of the fucking CCP. This is just true. It's better they do it obvious because you can see and protest that which you are aware of. But that's why they don't do it obvious.
It's up. Yeah, I'll play it in a bit.
Over 30 million registrations.
Yeah, they're right.
That's
I'll play it in a bit. Don't worry
this
about it.
shit's gonna. This shit's gonna double their MAUs. Over double their MAUs. It's gonna,
Straight up.
It's gonna triple it probably.
It's gonna be wild.
And you know what happens whenever they triple their monthly active users? Is we get a WoW mobile game, and then we have a StarCraft mobile game, and then we're going to have more mobile games, because as soon as they start making money off of one of them, then they'll start making money off of all of them.
Yeah, of course.
And what's this here? Snowden proved the government was doing illegal stuff. Doesn't mean you should normalize it. I think a lot of people are putting words in my mouth, and like I think people are very emotional about this topic, and so because they're emotional about it, they're not thinking about it clearly.
I mean, it's very difficult to get people to not be emotional about things, but I think Asmongold is correct. I have disagreements, as I always do, but I think a lot of people are sort of... Yeah, I think a lot of people are overreacting, but also at the same time not necessarily overreacting. So it's a weird place to be, because I can definitely see both sides of every argument here. He got a lot of shite because his girlfriend is an OnlyFans model. That's, yeah. I don't know why anyone would give him shit for that. Like, why did they give him shit for his girlfriend being an OnlyFans model, though? Like, why would you... So, I can get the idea of not wanting to date an OnlyFans model. I mean, to each their own. But... like, on what possible grounds can you give someone shit for not wanting to date or dating an OnlyFans girl? You think it's just envy? Yeah, he doesn't have a girlfriend right now. They break up. Yeah, they're broken up. But people are saying at the time he got a lot of shit for it, and I'm just sort of thinking, like, what could you possibly give someone shit for dating a girl that's doing OnlyFans? It's not like she's dating you. People see it as being cocked. I would argue that the guy dating the OnlyFans girl is the least cocked guy in the world. Because while all other guys only really get to see her naked, you actually get to tap that. So are you cocked? In that, like, is that literally cocked, or is that you not being cocked, like breaking the cycle, so to speak? Or the concept of all sex workers are cheaters and disloyal and shit. Well, to be fair though, Luna, I would argue that most sex workers are cheaters. Not all, but most. Because okay, so let's say you're a porn star, right? And I'm assuming we are saying that porn stars would be sex workers. Whether you're sleeping with someone for a movie or just sleeping with someone, you're still sleeping with someone, right? Which, like, if you're sleeping with someone that isn't your partner, you are cheating. It doesn't really matter how you're cheating. You are cheating now, right? So that I mean, it doesn't change things. The only thing there would be that your partner is okay with you cheating on them. So your partner doesn't mind the fact that you're sleeping with other people. But I would still say that it is still... Like, you are still being... Well, actually, cheating refers to being unfaithful. And if your partner knows that you're doing it, then you're not really being unfaithful, right? Because your partner is well aware of what you're doing, and therefore your partner doesn't matter. Well, doesn't mind, and therefore it's not really cheating. So no, I can actually agree with you. Yeah, I can actually agree with you, Luna. To me, it would be cheating, though. Because I would not be okay with that. I don't think I could do non-monogamous relationship. I would definitely not be fucking able to do that. I think you need a lot of fucking, like, stones if you're going to get into a relationship like that. What is Asmongold's title? Hold up. It's kind of new. Asmongold generally doesn't stream on a Friday. Oh, he's on ethical pay-to-win gambling only. Oh, that's cool. Rich is online too, streaming Diablo Immortal. Of course he is. It's kind of just to me that it's only cheating when there is no consent, knowledge, or care of the situation on both sides. I agree with that. Zuma can do whatever the fuck he wants. I definitely would not want to hear about your day when you got home from work. Or me, it doesn't matter whether I hear about it or not. I wouldn't want it to begin with. Like, I don't judge any of that. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you feel like doing. It really is your choice. For me, it is just a case of... In my view, a relationship is between two people. And it would be super weird for me if I were to date someone who just wants to include multiple people in the relationship. That would be so weird. New Druid and DK Talent Trees just dropped? Has it? What do you mean new? Severin, of course I'm weird. We've already established this. The Dragonflight ones. Well, there's no point in looking at them. I can't, like, fucking, I can't see it in action. So basically what I'm seeing here is a picture of... Yeah, this is not worth anything. Trees kind of look boring. Was hoping for more interesting things. Would we say it's boring, though? Like, would you really argue that this is boring? Chris Cat say thank you so much for the Prime, so I did really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, bro. So, Death Knight Dragonflight Talent Tree preview for all specs. I wouldn't say it looks boring. So, let's see. I mean, you guys can look at the pictures if you want, I suppose. But, okay, let's see here. Baseline abilities. Below you'll find a list of... Okay, baseline Death Knight abilities. All maximum level Death Knights will have access to these abilities. They are earned through leveling and do not require you to spend talent points to have them. Death Coil fires a blast of unholy energy at the target, causing shadow damage to an enemy or healing an undead ally. Death Grip, we all know that. Rune Forging, Dark Command, Death Gate, On a Pale Horse, Path of Frost, Death and Decay, and Rune Strike. I think this is fine. Because ultimately, I think if you threw these things into the talent tree, there's never going to be a world in which you're okay with spending a talent point on a pale horse, for example. Like, never. You're never going to be okay with it. Because, yes, it's 20% increased speed, but at the same time, it's like, well, you could be taking some power level instead. Okay, so class talents, Death Knight class talents, row 1. Chains of Ice, okay, some sort of CC. Death Strike focuses dark power. Bit of increased damage, I suppose. And then Raise Dead. I would have argued that Raise Dead should have been baseline. I would definitely have put Raise Dead baseline. Just because, well, you're a Death Knight. This is what you can do. So I would have made that baseline. Row 2, Mind Freeze. Is this... Oh, this is the class talents. Okay, these are class talents. Okay, never mind. Ignore what I just said. Class talents is fine. So row 2, Mind Freeze, Anti-Magic Shell, Improved Death and Decay. Row 3, Icebound Fortitude, Blood Sin, increases Leech by 3%. Veteran of the Third War. Suppression increases avoidance by 3%. Brittle. Your disease have a chance to weaken your enemy, causing your attacks against them to deal 6% increased damage for 5 seconds. Oh. I think this is where we get into some... Like, this is definitely going to have to change. They can't keep Brittle here because this is a direct damage increase, which basically nullifies almost all of the previous ones. Like, you're not going to take any of these if Brittle exists. As a DPS, Brittle is going to be the natural decision. Blinding Sleet. Targets in a cone in front of you are blinded, causing them to wander disoriented for 5 seconds. Permafrost, your auto attacks damage grant you an absorb shield. Death Pact, Wraith Walk we know, Sacrificial Pact we know, Unholy Ground, gain 5 haste while you are within your Death and Decay. Merciless Strikes, increase your critical strike by 4%. Anti-Magic Zone, again, it feels like a lot of these things that's thrown here okay, maybe not. So Anti-Magic Zone, I would argue, should move out of this and maybe move Brittle into Anti-Magic Zone. The reason being, no one is ever picking up Anti-Magic Zone in this unless they're absolutely forced to do so, and then they feel horrible because they're either losing out on strength or losing out on critical strike rating. So no one is taking Anti-Magic Zone. So it needs to change. I guess they want to build... The issue is, Zoglar, I know what they want to do. They want to say, okay, either survivability for the party or personal DPS. This is wow. What you want and what will happen, not the same. This has become a dead talent or a talent that really annoys people taking because they don't want it, because they want one of the other two. So, yeah, Blizzard needs to absolutely not approach the game. And this is something that we've spoken about a million times before. Blizzard needs to stop thinking about their game as this is what we want players to do, and this is why we're designing it this way. That's not how it works. When you design your game, you have to keep in mind that this is what players will do, and you have to design the game accordingly. So players will absolutely not take Anti-Magic Zone unless absolutely forced to do so, in which case they'll be unhappy. Then they say you have to spend a certain amount of in the row to unlock next, hence not an either-or case. Jace Walker, it's always going to be an either-or case. Because you can either have Merciless Strikes and Might of the Thessarian, or Anti-Magic Zone and Might of Thessarian. So you understand what I mean? It's always going to boil down to an either-or situation. Now, I also understand that you can spend more in a specific row, so this might make things a little bit more interesting. Considering you could absolutely take all 3 of these, you'll have less points to spend in some of the other rows, but if some of the other rows consist of things that you absolutely don't give a fuck about, maybe it's okay to drop it. So we'd have to wait and see. This is why I said I hate going through these things when it's just written down. Because as just written down, you don't get a good sense for playing it and feeling what it plays like. So in row 6, we have Proliferating Chill, Chains of Ice affects 1 additional nearby enemy. Anticipation, successfully interrupting an enemy with Mind Freeze, grants 10 runic power. Asphyxiate, we know that. Death's Advance, everyone should know that at least. Anti-Magic Barrier, yeah. Control Undead. Choice Node. Death's Reach increases the range of Death Grip by 10 yards, killing an enemy and yields experience. Grip of the Dead, Death and Decay reduces the movement speed of enemies within its area by 90%, decaying by 10% every second. Enfeeble, your ghoul's attacks have a chance to apply Enfeeble, reducing the target's movement speed by 30%. So this is more just a lot of CC in this regard. Row 7, Acclamation, Icebound Fortitude cooldown, Assimilation, the amount of absorbed anti-magic shield is reduced, is increased by 10% and grants you 100 runing power, and Lichborn, draw upon the Unholy to become immune. Row 8, Icy Talons, Horn of Winter, improved Death Strike. Death Strike's cost is reduced by 10 and its healing is increased by... Okay, Will of Necropolis, damage taken by 30%. Unholy, dude, there's a lot of rows here. We're almost done though. Runic Attenuation, auto attacks have a chance to generate 5 runic power. Rune Mastery. Let's get to the more fun stuff here. Let's get to the like proper DPS stuff now. So, wow, this is really not finished, is it? There's only one here. Heart Strike. Then Blood Road 2. Morrow Rend. Smash the target. Blood Boil. Deals shadow damage and afflicts all enemies within 10 yards with Blood Plague. Dude, where's the interesting... Are they going to have... Is this just literally going to be all of the abilities that you had all along? Just now your abilities are in the talent rows. So you have Foul Bulwark, which is currently just an... I think it's currently a talent that you take. Crimson Scourge, your attacks on the target infected with Blood Plague have a chance to make your next Death and Decay cost no runes and reset its cooldown. And then you have improved Blood Boil. Then you have improved Bone Shield. Bone Shield increases your haste by 5-10%. Improved Heart Strike. Heart Strike damage is increased by 10, 20, 30%. Blood Fortification Stamina is increased by 30%. And Rune Tap reduces all damage taken by 20% for 4 seconds. Alright. Then we have Blood Tap. We know that. Reinforced Bones increases armor gained. Leeching Strike. Heart Strike heals you for 0.5% health for each enemy hit. Vampiric Blood, we know. Hasty Bargain. You gain 3 to 6% haste. And then Death Caress. Reach out with necrotic tendrils, dealing shadow damage and applying Blood Plague to your target, and generating 2 Bone Shield charges. Okay, so here we go to Blood Row 6, which is a choice node, where you can go Blood Drinker, drains health from the target over 3 seconds. You can move, parry, dodge, and use defensive abilities while channeling this ability. Consumption strikes all enemies in front of you with a hungering attack that deals physical damage and heals you for 150% of that damage. Deals reduced damage beyond 8 targets. They have way too many specs. It will never be balanced. Also, giving talent trees will literally make it completely off. It will so make the class imbalance. We have way more, and at the same time, it will make way more headache for raid leaders. To some extent, Toglar, but there is a way in which that doesn't happen, right? I play Resto Shaman. Our talents rarely change. In the new one, it could. So there's a bunch of choice nodes in Blood Row 6. You have Mark of Blood, places a Mark of Blood on an enemy for 15 seconds. Also 3%. Tombstone consumes 5%. Okay. 6% maximum health. And then another one, Ferocious Death Strike is Death Strike's healing is increased by 20%. Bloodworm, your auto attacks. Okay. Relation Blood by Crimson Scourge is active. Your next Death and Decay heals you for a small amount of health. So far, none of this is blowing me away. Blood Row. So this is cool that Gorfiend's Grasp is going to be part of the talent system. Pretty cool ability there. Shattering Bone, Heart Rend, Crimson Rune Weapon, Tightening Grasp, enemies hit by... This is very good if you want to survive stuff. I guess. And then Red Thirst reduces the cooldown of vampiric blood. You see, I was hoping for more in terms of... Let's call it... I was hoping for more epic talents, right? So talents that actually, I don't know, just feel more epic, because you do have choices now. People will be limited in what they can take. So you can make these things incredibly powerful, mainly because people are limited in how many of these powerful things they can actually take. Whereas so far, just reading through this, then again, I'm not really a DK player. So maybe there are a lot of tanks that's looking at this and think, oh my god, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life, right? JC, I can't work on probably will. I have decided a long time ago, I will never again judge Blizzard on what could be. So, before we even get into any of this, I do not judge Blizzard on what could be. I judge Blizzard on what I get. Far too many times now in the last 6 years have I judged Blizzard on what could be, and every single time they go with the most moronic thing that everyone said don't do. So now I only judge Blizzard on whatever the fuck they put in front of me. And what they've put in front of me so far for DK tanks, not good, right? Not good at all. Luckily, this is not even like beta or alpha. This is a blue post of what they think it's going to look like right now. So we could see a lot of iterations still as we go into alpha and then eventually into beta. So I'm not too worried about this. I'm just sort of making my positions clear right now. I'm not blown away by any of this. So Frost Strike, tool your weapons with icy power and quickly strike the enemy with both, dealing frost damage. Obliterate a brutal attack with both weapons that deal physical damage. Howling Blast, blast the target with a frigid wind, dealing frost damage to that foe and reduce damage to all other enemies within 10 yards, infecting all targets with frost fever. I don't like immediately the thing that Blizzard is sort of trying to establish with these talent trees. That the first row is a one option, so you have to take this one. And the reason they're giving this to you is because, well, without it, your spec wouldn't make much sense. It's kind of like, well, then make this baseline. If you feel that a specific talent needs to be in the first spot, otherwise the specs don't make sense, then make it baseline. Start the talent trees with 3 options right at the start, and let people build from there. So, because this first option is a must take if you want to get into the rest of the tree, well, then that's not an option. I didn't make an option. I didn't make a choice. The choice was made for me. I have to take this, even if it's something that I don't particularly care about. So if you look at the Blood Death Knight here, on the Blood Knight tree, it's 3 options that you can start with, right? You can start with any of those 3. On the Blood Tree one, it's 1, and then from there you can sort of branch off. These things should be almost the same. It should be mirrored. The Blood Tree should also start with an option of 3, because then you're giving me real options. Right now, you're not giving me options. The first one is guaranteed. This is what I have to take. Sam J, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Frost, a talent. It's a baseline ability for Frost. I don't know. In all honesty, I do not understand. I don't agree with this. Okay, so let's continue here. Frost has Unleash Frenzy. Frost Strike increases your strength by 1%. Runic Command increases your maximum runic power by 10. Improved Frost Strike increases Frost Strike damage by 20%. And Remorseless Winter drain the warmth of life from all nearby enemies, reducing the movement speed by 20%. Fine. It's an okay tree, I think. Obliterated with both weapons and Howling Blast. Okay. Isn't this though? Howling Blast. Is Howling Blast used for single target or for AoE? Right now, I think it's used for both. Like, it's single target or AoE. It's just part of your rotation. Maybe it's nice that it's kind of giving you the option to choose. Maybe. Maybe it's alright that they're giving you the option to choose there. Killing Machine, each charge of Bone Shield increases your maximum health by 1%. Rhyme Obliterate has a 45% chance to causing your next Howling Blast to consume no runes and deal 150. Okay. What do you see in those two talents that immediately stands out to you as kind of wrong? Like, do you think anyone's taking Killing Machine in that tree? In that row? No one's taking Killing Machine. Killing Machine increases your survivability, and that's what DPS really care about, the ability to survive. Sure, I get it, Blizzard, but no. If you're going to have a row like this, that row has to be damage only. You can't put damage and survivability in the same tree. It's just never gonna fucking work. It's never gonna work. People won't take it. It's as simple as that. Frost Row 4, Unleash Frenzy. Frost Strike increases your strength by 1% for 6 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. Runing Command increases your maximum runing power by 10. Improve Frost Strike, increase your Frost Strike damage by 20%, and Remorseless Winter drains the life from everything. In this one, I would argue... actually, we'd have to wait and see when you crunch the numbers. But I would argue that Unleash Frenzy or Runic Command might be the one that no one takes. It's not like... Okay, so Killing Machine isn't a shield. It just Bone Shield's charges increases your maximum health by 1%. That's what Killing Machine does now. Improved Obliterate increases Obliterate damage by 20%. Pillar of Frost. The power of Frost increases your strength by 20% for 12 seconds. Each rune spent, while active, increases your strength by an additional 1%. And increases Howling Blast damage done by an additional 100%. This is a good row. This is an actual good row. Because you do get to choose between, do I take a massive cooldown, but lots of damage during that fucking cooldown, or do I take more, like, sustained damage, but also a little bit of RNG, because you're only going to use Howling Blast when it procs. That I do kind of like. So, Frigid Executioner, Obliterate has a 10% chance to refund 2 runes. Rage of the Frozen Champion, Obliterate has a 15% chance to trigger Rhyme, and Howling Blast generates 8 runing power while Rhyme is active. Okay, so what I like about this, and it's all going to come down to how Blizzard can do this. I've already noticed quite a few talents that could become a build, a very specific build that you might play with. So, let's say, for example, you take Improved Rhyme, right? Because it increases the Howling Blast damage done by 100%. There's another one up here somewhere that actually... Here you go. So you take Rhyme, which is a 45% chance to cause your next Howling Blast, and then you pick up Rage of the Frozen Champion. Now you've suddenly gone into a very, like, Howling Blast focused build, right? So you are basically trying to maximize all of the damage that your Howling Blast will do on a target. You're trying to get as many Howling Blasts off as possible, whilst also increasing the damage of Howling Blast. And I would like to see Blizzard sort of dial into those unique builds that people can build for themselves to play the game different. As it were. Inexorable Assault. Gain Inexorable Assault every 8 seconds. Activate 5 times. Obliterate consumes a stack to deal additional frost damage. Every 2 seconds, gain a stack of Cold Heart, causing your next change of ice to deal frost damage. Stacks up to 20 times. Choice Note, Avalanche. Casting Howling Blast with Rhyme active causes jagged icicles to fall on enemies nearby your target, dealing frost damage. When you have fewer than 3 full runes, your auto attacks radiate intense cold, including frost damage, inflicting frost damage to all nearby enemies. This again plays into the Rhyme build a little bit. Biting Cold removes winter damage is increased by 30%. Chill Strike deals frost damage to the target and reduces their movement speed by 70%. Murderous. I don't think we need to go through every single one of these, because I don't think there's any real interest in it. But I do have a common takeaway just from going through Frost and Blood. My takeaway, at least right now, is that it's a decent step in a very good direction, but I feel like it is underserving the purpose, or at least the hype that many of us saw in it. Because reading through all of this, I've been able to identify one clear build path if you want to play sort of like Ice DK, right? So not just Frost DK, but Ice DK. So you want to build 100% into Rhyme, into Howling Blast, doing crazy amounts of damage. As Saven Raven actually said there, you stack things like Haste and Mastery just so that you can do maximum damage with your Howling Blast. That's a nice build, right? It's a really nice build that you can go for if you want to risk it. And there is a world in which a specific tier state exists that gives you that build and makes it even stronger. That's the only one I've identified. There doesn't seem to be any other real clear-cut builds, though. The other builds is basically if you don't want to go that build, you go with another build. But there's no real other build, which the whole point of these talent trees is to allow people to identify a playstyle that they really care about and then give them that playstyle, right? Allow them to spec into that playstyle. And no one's suggesting that that playstyle is just going to destroy Cookie Cutter because people just want to play what they play. No, they're still going to be Cookie Cutter. But at least it gives people some kind of, I enjoy playing this way, right? I enjoy playing this way, and that's how I'm going to play. So I would like to see more of this, because right now, I'm going to be honest with all of you, right now, it kind of feels like I'm getting a lot of talents, but ultimately my playstyle is still going to be exactly the same as it was before. So my playstyle isn't changing. I just now have a lot more options to basically come down to the exact same Death Knight that I was before all of the talents became a thing. And that's where you sort of have to go, well, then why give them all of those choices? Like, if all I'm doing is now just building the exact same Frost Knight that I had before, then I may as well just keep the exact same Frost Knight as I had before. So hopefully there's a lot more built into this. I think it's a decent step in the right direction to begin with. We'll have to wait and see for more information, I think. Off-topic question, but have you seen the FF16 trailer? I have, and it will be up on the reaction channel most likely tomorrow. Most likely tomorrow. We watched it at the start of the stream. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to play out, ladies and gentlemen. I genuinely don't know. Head of meta? What do you mean, heard of meta? This makes me want to play D3. Yeah, I've not played Diablo Immortal, and I don't think I'm gonna. Let's go with the meta build. Magendo, what did I say that prompted you to ask if I've never heard about meta? At which point did I say anything that made you disagree with what I said, so that you would make a point that I literally made I think 30 seconds ago. At long last, got my Dark Knight to 80 to take into Endwalker. Congratulations, bro. But Michendo, I'm asking. I literally said that like 30 seconds ago, and now you're disagreeing with me. I don't know why, but you are disagreeing with me, saying that, dude, have you never heard of meta? And I'm very confused as to the disagreement that we're having. Yeah, that's not, like, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Option is still important. You don't add options because you don't think that people will just go cookie cutter. You add options because it's an RPG and those options need to exist. Doesn't matter. Yes, there's going to be a cookie cutter. And yes, people are going to go for the cookie cutter. But you don't design your game to basically force people into the cookie cutter. Because right now, this seems to be what Blizzard's doing. They're forcing the cookie cutter because they know, well, who gives a shit? You design the game thinking that there won't be a cookie cutter, and then you wait for people to come up with the cookie cutter. Because they're going to do it either way. You may as well make it an interesting ride to the cookie cutter. Enough options, and there will be more builds. That's also true. If you give people enough options, cookie cutters become sort of weird in a way. There's definitely, like, there's more cookie cutters if you give people enough options. Magendo, I would argue that the Path of Exile talent tree will probably not work in something like World of Warcraft. Could be wrong, but I feel like that would be a fucking nightmare, right? Inquisitorium, how you doing, bro? I think if the Horde would have followed Garrosh as blindly as they followed Sylvanas, we would have crushed the Alliance and protected Azeroth from the Legion. I don't know. Can I go with that? I don't know. Maybe. It is possible. Dude, you know what's weird? Almost every single fucking guy that I follow is playing Diablo Immortal or playing World of Warcraft. Like, there's so many people playing World of Warcraft currently. Like, fucking hell. It's almost as if there's a new patch for World of Warcraft. It's weird. Time to jump back on the bandwagon? No, I won't be playing World of Warcraft. There's no fucking way. Blizzard has done some bad stuff, but there are good things about these games, even with the shitty parts, which is both good and bad. I would say right now, there's no good stuff, at least in my opinion, in World of Warcraft. At least where I am right now. I'm not saying that there can't be, but right now I have no interest in playing World of Warcraft whatsoever. It'll take some time for my interest to be restored in World of Warcraft. Some fucking time. Passive tree is cookie cutter if you want to progress past level 85. I don't know much about Path of Exile. I played it a few times. I never cared for the end game. Along with BS of a mishmash, it would take forever. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna call it here tonight. We didn't get time to play Final Fantasy, so we'll play tomorrow. Tomorrow we will finish Omega, and then we'll probably start the Alliance raid. It is Friday night, and it's already 8:30. I want to go grab some food. Probably going to play some Grand Theft Auto for the first time ever. 5, I mean. I played, I think the last time was GTA 1 or 2. This is the last time I played GTA. So this will be like... Yeah, I'll see what it's like. I kind of wanted to play it after finishing Red Dead Redemption 2. I wanted to, like, see if it's the same kind of goodness that Red Dead Redemption 2 was. I'm already a little annoyed because it doesn't seem like... It seems like you're playing multiple characters rather than just one person building a criminal empire. So that kind of annoys me already, but, you know, we'll wait and see how that plays out. So, yeah, I'm probably going to go play that, but first I'm going to grab some food, and then we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place as always. So tomorrow we'll finish Omega, then we'll do the Alliance raid, and Vortex 4.4, 4.5, probably next week. It is on hold until we finished all the raid content and trial content. So as soon as we're done with the raids and the trials, we'll get back into 4.4, 4.5, and then straight into Shadowbringers. And that's where apparently the great stuff starts. So definitely looking forward to that. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, for all the support, and for just keeping me company while I rant and rave about bullshit in the video game industry. I really appreciate you all. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you tomorrow. Peace out, fam.